presentations from staff, and then have some discussion among council. Then we will take a brief break and come back for our regular session. So just as a reminder, there is no action to be taken during this meeting as a special meeting. We do have the continuation of this item on our agenda and under other considerations, and that's where action would be taken, if any, is taken this evening. So we will go ahead and get started. I will turn it over to Nathan.
Mayor and Council, I'm going to kick off this evening and just want to start with at your February 3rd meeting, City Council expressed interest in talking about the topic of camping and encampments. A motion was passed to hold a council work session on this topic this evening. And to prepare for this work session, a series of external organizations presented to City Council on their specific roles during council meetings in February and March. These presentations included on February 17th, Habitat for Humanity, Salvation Army, and 4PA. On March 3rd, we heard presentations from Clallam County Homelessness Task Force, Clallam County Harm Reduction Center, and Peninsula Behavioral Health. On March 17th, Council heard presentations on Peninsula Housing Authority, Serenity House, The Answer for Youth, Port Angeles Waterfront District, Olympic Peninsula Community Clinic, Port Angeles First United Methodist Church, and Olympic Community Action Programs. During tonight's work session, staff will provide a 45-minute overview of city roles and efforts as follows. We will start with our Port Angeles Police Department, the Fire Department next, Parks and Recreation and Facilities Department, Public Works and Utilities Department, Community and Economic Development Department, and finally the Legal Department this evening. Following these presentations, we will have approximately 45 minutes for council discussions relative to what was shared in that presentation, including some questions prepared by staff. If council has additional discussion or formal action for staff, that will occur under other considerations during the regularly scheduled council meeting after 6 p.m. this evening. I'll now turn the presentation over to Deputy City Manager Calvin Goings, who's going to start us off in a PowerPoint presentation for this evening.
Really quickly, while you're getting that up, I just want to remind everyone, because there are quite a few folks online as well, there is no public comment during the work session. We will have public comment at the regular first public comment period at the beginning of our regular meeting. So just order of business, because it feels very much like a normal city council meeting. So just want to make that clarification.
Mine's off. Oh, sorry.
That was a perfect stall to get the PowerPoint up. So thank you, Councilmember Suggs, for doing that. Thank you, Manager West. Mayor and Council, you'll find a staff memo in your packet starting on page A1. Additionally, there are copies of this PowerPoint presentation at the council dais. Tonight's presentation will cover the following: a questions preview, followed by key staff takeaways from the recent stakeholder presentations, an overview of city roles and efforts, the Port Angeles Municipal Code as it relates to this important subject, related court decisions, and then formal questions for council. Next slide. The questions were provided to council yesterday by City Manager West, but we wanted to preview them again so that council could be thinking about those items as we go through tonight's presentations. So question 1, do you think the current Port Angeles Municipal Code regarding camping and encampments is adequate? 2, should the city update its current camping ordinance? 2A, if so, are there areas in the city that should be prioritized, such as the waterfront district, neighborhoods, streams, ravines, bluffs, near schools, parks, etc.? 3, what can the city do to reduce the impact to local businesses? 4, what can the city do to reduce the impact to neighborhoods? 5, what can the city do to reduce the impact to environmentally sensitive areas? Next slide. 6, what role, if any, should the city of Port Angeles play in the following scenarios? 6A, removing encampments on privately owned land. 6B, removing encampments on publicly owned land. 7, should the city support a sanctioned encampment program? 7A, if so, where should it be located, general areas, and who should be responsible for oversight? 8, should the city support a safe parking program? 8A, if so, where should it be located, in general areas, and who should be responsible for oversight? 9, in what ways should the city support and or lead these efforts? Next slide. 10, if the city sponsors or leads efforts, how should this work be funded? 11, should the ARC team resume meeting as an internal staff-level ad hoc committee focused solely on the cleanup and safe management of city-owned properties? 11A, if so, how will progress be measured? Next slide. As Manager West mentioned a few moments ago, Council heard 13 presentations from external partners during your February and March meetings. While it's nearly impossible to fully summarize a 15 to 30-minute or 45-minute presentation into a single slide, staff have attempted to distill the most important information as well as the presenter's recommendations. As always, the full presentations can be found linked in the final council packets in the dates in which the original presentations occurred. Next slide. So first was Habitat for Humanity. We heard about the Ketchum Village Veterans Build, home ownership options, sweat equity home ownership, critical home repair program, Habitat for Humanity store, and volunteering opportunities. And the presenter's recommendation was to provide more funding to transform blighted properties and support home repairs. Next, Salvation Army, we learned about their meal services, food pantry, showers, donated goods, and youth summer programs. And the presenter's recommendation to optimize Salvation Army properties to use as shelter spaces. Alternatively, there was discussion about transforming the Salvation Army-owned Brown building into childcare facilities. Next was 4PA. They shared about the cleanup of environmentally sensitive areas and cleanup of public spaces. The Touchstone campus was discussed that will have 11 transitional tiny homes, bathrooms with showers, laundry, kitchen, and manufacturing business opportunities as well as retail. And the presenter's recommendation for a clear cleanup plan and use of written procedures. At the next meeting, we heard from the county's Homelessness Task Force, which is the official state-designated and funded agency for homelessness coordination and response in our community. They advise and make recommendations on issues relating to the 10-year plan to end homelessness in the county, and they noted there had been a decrease in funding for homelessness. The presenter's recommendation was that housing first is a best practice for vulnerable families experiencing homelessness, as they respond better to interventions and support once they have stable housing rather than in temporary facilities, as well as encouraging the use of a safe parking program and low barrier tiny shelters. Then we heard from the Harm Reduction Center regarding their education, overdose prevention, substance test strips, warmth, hygiene, nutrition supplies, smoking cessation, sterile syringes, vaccination, connections to treatment, social health services, etc. And the presenter's recommendation to continue to support harm reduction funding, education, and provide safer supplies. Next was Peninsula Behavioral Health, sharing their projects for assistance in transition from homelessness program, Recovery Empowerment Advocacy Linkage Program, Permanent Supportive Housing, Crisis Support, Psychiatric Medical Needs, and the presenter's recommendation that stability happens when housing readiness and support all work together. At your final session, the Peninsula Housing Authority presented on their 421 units and 6 properties across Port Angeles. They house mostly 30 to 60% of AMI households, and they provide Veterans Affairs supportive housing, which often goes to homelessness veterans. And the presenter's recommendation that federal housing funding is increasingly uncertain and that PHA needs the city's support to succeed in grant and loan applications. Next was Serenity House. They provided an overview covering their 142-bed adult shelter and 2 apartments used for family supportive shelters, 3 permanent supportive housing sites with 61 units, wraparound services, and partnering with OPCC to offer respite care inside the shelter. And the presenter's recommendation to oppose federal HUD changes to funding for permanent supportive housing, and that the city of Port Angeles should consider providing utility relief for their shelter operations. Next was the Answer for Youth, or TAFI. They highlighted their drop-in center for homelessness at-risk youth, Sprouting Hope Greenhouse, treasure trove used furniture and appliances, and that TAFI regularly hosts dinners and community building events. And the presenter's recommendation that public education is needed on homelessness, addiction, and recovery options. They also provided an extensive survey where 67% of participants said they would utilize a sanctioned encampment program. Next was the Waterfront District. They provided information that they encompass 252 businesses downtown, host monthly Elevate PA meetings and community events, are working towards Main Street organizational status, and host numerous events, including the Big Spruce Cleanup in May. And the presenter's recommendation that the city conduct a community safety audit and that crime prevention through environmental design using lighting, landscaping, and windows would encourage more eyes on the street. Next up was OPCC Rediscovery that highlighted their free medical, dental, and behavioral health clinics, transportation options to get to appointments and services, and that 86% of OPCC's activities occur outside their clinic, and that there is an administrative burden when applying for or accessing services. The presenter's recommendation was around community members needing more affordable housing options to be able to succeed in treatment. Then was the Port Angeles First United Methodist Church, which shared their clothes closet is offered twice a week, their friendship dinners every Friday, that they're a tiny home pilot project for Taffy, and they host NA and AA meetings at their church. The presenter's recommendation was to make the tiny home permitting process more expedited and easier for nonprofit organizations. Next slide. Finally, OLICAP discussed their shelters and warming centers, their permanent supportive housing, their energy assistance and weatherization, as well as the youth and senior services. And the presenter's recommendation that the city should provide a representative to serve on the Regional Skilled Nursing Feasibility Advisory Group. Next slide. From those presentations, city staff have the following key staff takeaways. First, there is a robust network of service providers in Port Angeles for those experiencing homelessness and substance addiction. Next, the city actively participates and coordinates with those partner organizations. Next, the county is recognized and funded by the state as the primary homelessness support agency in our community. The city should proactively support legislative and funding requests from our partner organizations. The city should not duplicate homelessness services provided by other entities. The city should protect businesses, neighborhoods, and environmentally sensitive areas. And finally, the city's primary focus and limited resources should be on regulating camping and encampments. Next slide. Now that we've had a brief recap of our external partners' efforts, let's pivot to the roles and efforts of city departments. Next slide. First, the Aligned Response and Coordination, or ARC team. The ARC team had met monthly and consisted of representatives from 4PA and the city's main operational departments. In 2025, the ARC team coordinated successful efforts to improve city-owned sites and facilities such as Veterans Park, 9/11 Park, Peabody Creek Corridor, and the Olympic Discovery Trail. I'll now turn the presentation over to Chief Smith. Chief?
Good evening, Mayor Dexter and Council. So the police department's role in this area is, I think, in 4 areas, and they overlap. So I'll go through them briefly. Our emergency response, our co-response, our community and problem-oriented policing, and our just general law enforcement efforts. So our emergency response, or 9/11 response, really goes back to the doctrine of law enforcement is involved really nationwide, but specifically in Washington in what we call community caretaking. And that's a Fourth Amendment exception, which gives us the opportunity to contact people and enter places maybe where we wouldn't normally, but it's really a notion that, you know, it's our role in terms of safety and welfare of the community. So that leads us to things like, you know, we were an early adopter providing naloxone. 2015, we were the first police agency to respond and do that. You know, doing things like CPR, automatic defibrillators, responding to either overdose calls or, you know, believed overdose calls, and being an emergency response partner for Operation Shielding Hope. So the welfare check is a very common call for us. I looked at 2025, we had 800 responses for welfare checks. This morning, while I was doing some work, I heard 3 different calls. Police and fire get dispatched to welfare check calls, and they can be everything from an unconscious person to a person slumped over behind the wheel to a person outdoors in a, you know, dangerous situation where their well-being is unknown. And then the Involuntary Treatment Act, which law enforcement has a sort of a legislatively created role where we can take someone into custody and transport them to, here it's the emergency room, a person who is believed to be suffering from a behavioral health disorder and presents an imminent likelihood of serious harm or imminent danger because of being gravely disabled. And there are, PBH has designated crisis responders, but they're typically not in the field. So law enforcement typically in the field is the only entity that has the ITA role and responsibility. So a little slower and a little more deliberate is the co-response. So that's for us, memorialized in formal roles, outreach officer positions. Our first outreach officer is in that picture. That's Officer Van Dusen with our first social worker, now Council Member Miller. And Officer Van Dusen is also with, I believe it was actually our second social worker, which is Viola Ware, who's here tonight. I just like both those pictures just because they, sort of illustrate the role that we have with our partners. The code enforcement officers, the patrol officers, downtown resource officers all have a co-response role. Rediscovery is a formal relationship. Peninsula Behavioral Health, the mental health DCRs, but also the lead teams with PBH, but also Reflections Counseling, community paramedics, 4PA, co-response. Obviously the word co, it's a table with a bunch of legs, and we're part of that effort. So a little more deliberate and a little more, down into problems is community and problem-oriented policing as it relates to the subject at hand. Our trespass program, neighborhood watch, proactive patrols, and sort of a holistic view of situations that often involve either property owners or residents or neighbors complaining about activities that they believe are affecting their quality of life. And then the last subject area is just basically our enforcement role, which is really important. It's, why we're here, enforcing the municipal code, the revised code of Washington, and, dealing with violent crime, property crime, crime that affects quality of life, making arrests, writing reports, doing all the things that we need to do to access, the criminal justice system. Some formal parts of enforcement, which people see in relation to the subject matter tonight, our junk vehicle abatement program, which is a legal process of which we remove junk and often, hazardous vehicles from city streets and, and on city right-of-ways and property. And then criminal trespassing, that's the actual enforcement of the statute that sometimes we do. So with that, I will turn things over to our awesome fire chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Smith. Good afternoon, Mayor Dexter and Council. Over the last few years, the Port Angeles Fire Department has experienced an increased need for responses to environments very different from traditional residential or commercial settings. These include remote, off-grid locations with limited access, poor lighting, and unsanitary conditions. Part of our adaptation strategy has been the transition to mobile medical backpacks. These allow crews to safely and efficiently reach patients in remote areas. With the addition of 2 community paramedics in 2025, crews can now request their support on many of these calls. They are familiar and trusted faces with this population group, and their established relationships often help guide care decisions. Not all of these incidents result in transports, though. In many cases, crews remain on scene to provide treatment in place for those unwilling to leave their location. In addition to responses to encampments, Port Angeles Fire responded 252 times to the local shelter in 2025. Crews also responded regularly to areas such as Veterans Park, Jesse Webster Park, the Tumwater Truck Route, and the Olympic Discovery Trail. Next slide, please. These types of responses have had a measurable impact on fire department operations. Access is one of the primary challenges. Many patients live in areas that are not accessible by road. The addition of a grant-funded all-terrain utility vehicle has become an important tool for accessing patients living in these locations. These calls often take more time. Crews must locate the patient, package them, and move them to an ambulance before transporting to definitive care. This extends call duration and keeps units committed and unavailable for longer periods of time. These environments also present increased risks, including exposure to needles, human waste, rugged terrain, and environmental hazards. Next slide, please. Operation Shielding Hope represents our proactive outreach efforts. Community paramedics conduct weekly outreach within the various encampments and throughout the city. This allows them to build trust and establish meaningful relationships before an emergency occurs. During outreach, we engage a consistent number of individuals, with a smaller portion accepting medical care, while a larger group accepts basic support or other resources. While many are initially hesitant, trust builds over time, increasing acceptance of services and contributing highly to the reduction in overdose fatalities the city has experienced over the past 18 months. Next slide, please. In 2025, with the addition of a full-time fire prevention specialist, we reestablished an annual fire and life safety inspection program. Even during the initial implementation phase, Port Angeles Fire completed around 500 inspections, noting that around 70% of those initial inspections identified violations that directly impact life safety. Common issues include blocked exits, cluttered breezeways, damaged doors, and non-compliant security modifications. Maintaining clear and accessible exit pathways is critical to occupant safety and survival. Recognizing that some of these conditions are influenced by broader community challenges, our focus remains to educate and support businesses in the effort to reduce risk and improve life safety through code compliance. Next slide, please. In addition to EMS responses, Port Angeles Fire is also seeing increased fire-related incidents in these areas. In 2025, we responded to 115 illegal burning incidents. These ranged from small warming fires to large encampment-related fires. We have also seen larger incidents, including a brush fire along the Tumwater truck route that involved exploding propane cylinders upon the arrival of suppression crews. Additional concerns include camp, cooking, and warming fires occurring near structures throughout the city. We are also seeing an increase in responses to vehicle fires, some of which involve RVs used as long-term residences. These incidents pose additional fire suppression risks and often limit safe exit options for occupants. Very simply, the mission of the Port Angeles Fire Department is to meet the needs of our community, whatever they may be, including to those without a permanent address. That said, increased call volume, increased out-of-service times, increased fire and life safety violations, longer response times to reach patients in rugged, remote locations, and frequent illegal burning incidents have impacted the daily operations of the Port Angeles Fire Department. And now I'd like to turn it over to the city's premier Parks and Rec Director, Corey Delicott.
Thank you, Chief. Madam Mayor, Council, the Parks and Recreation Department has had its challenges with the look and feel of our park system for the past decade. To offset some of these challenges, we've completed many projects to help mitigate facilities such as the 215 South Lincoln Building, Peabody Creek, 9/11 Memorial Park, Webster Park, Erickson Playfield, Veterans Park, and other facilities to help protect the public and the youth of our community. Despite these challenges, we continue to be positive and do everything we can to keep the community safe. Today, I want to focus on a few trends that we continue to deal with on a daily basis. First, I want to acknowledge two people who are here today. Parks caretaker Jessica Adams, who is instrumental in the cleaning of our facilities and have given tours with City Manager West and council members on the use of our public restrooms. Parks Manager Tom Tucker is also here, and he has served as the Parks representative on the ARC Committee. They will also be available to answer any questions that you may have. The first slide focuses on our 24-hour restrooms. This has been a great investment for the city, waterfront district, and the citizens of Port Angeles. They are easy to maintain and clean, but are also used for encampments, vandalism, drug use, garbage, and create daily challenges that are very hazardous for our staff to clean. These challenges put our employees in awkward situations because they never know what to expect when they open the doors of our public restrooms. Needles and clothes are often flushed down the toilet, which forces staff to have to remove the toilets to unplug the situation. We are evaluating keeping one 24-hour restroom open downtown and shut down the other 2 in the evenings like we do the other public restrooms. The logic behind that is that we want to keep and protect our existing infrastructure. The recently approved Erickson Playfield 24-hour restroom will still be a 24-hour restroom and will be located next to the camp host that can help monitor the park and the restroom facility. Our department is also looking to go to park closures from sunset to sunrise in Chapter 12 of the Municipal Code, which currently states 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. year-round. Since 2023, our department has spent nearly $500,000 just cleaning our outdoor restrooms and average about 275 tons of garbage removed from our parks per year. Next slide, please. The second slide represents improvements in capital projects to reduce the type of use that occurs in our parks and facilities, to stop recurring issues that affect staff time, general fund dollars, and impact on community use and space. The Dream Playground rebuild is a great example, but also the new project with the Laurel Street Stairs. The photo to the left shows areas that are frequently used and damaged. We try to address and eliminate this type of use with every design of every new project. Next slide, please. We've also dealt with many environmental impacts from Peabody Creek Trail, Waterfront Trail, Valley Creek Estuary, and Pebble Beach Park. This picture this picture was taken after a cleanup of an encampment and shows the damage to a mitigation project that the city had to do as part of the Estuary and Pebble Beach project. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Curtin.
Thank you, Corey. Good evening, Council. For Public Works, for our standpoint, we are often asked to step in and manage the process of cleaning up various areas, particularly when they're within city right-of-ways or along city utility easements. Next slide, please. I can tell you for the calendar year 2025, with assistance from our partners, particularly 4PA, in this case, 55.92 tons of solid waste were collected last year and disposed of at our transfer station. The fees for that disposal were waived, and the costs associated with that would total $13,646. Next slide, please. What I'd like to do is kind of walk you through like a typical process of what happens. So often a communication will come into the Public Works Department. This could be through council. Someone might have reached out to council, and through the city manager's office, it comes to me in the form of casework. It could come from another department head. It could come from a random person in the community reaching out for assistance. All of those happen on a relatively regular basis. So what we do, that communication comes into the department. I task staff initially with putting eyes on, kind of seeing what we're dealing with, what's involved. That's typically my deputy director of operations, as well as my street superintendent. Those are two primary individuals that would be the first eyes on the scene, so to speak. Depending on what they encounter, if it's a minor issue, it's generally just taken care of ourselves quickly. Larger issues similar to the one that you see in the photo before you, we would actually reach out to partners, often, as I mentioned, 4PA. In this particular case, we'd reach out to Joe, check on his availability. We would reach out to code enforcement through PD. And if it appears that there's an active presence in that location, notices would then be posted to let folks know that a future pending cleanup will be taking place at that location. I can tell you, I haven't seen any notices that are less than 24 hours. I think it varies depending on the situation. But as I said, those are examples of what we typically see. From a public works standpoint, and I see Joe is here tonight, Joe has been a tremendous asset to myself and my team. We really appreciate the coordination and his help. I don't feel like I could certainly not respond to the community as effectively as we do without his help. So I would like to just say thank you I do greatly appreciate that. Next slide, please. Lastly, just to focus on some of the other equipment that we use, because as I said, we get phone calls from a variety of places. Waterfront District, as example, downtown. We do often, or on occasion, have engaged our vac truck. It does have limitations. We're able to go down and clean, pressure wash sidewalks, things like that. That's a very expensive truck. We don't take it off road, and it is limited in its ability. So we can use it, but it's got to be relatively adjacent to the city streets to be effective in its use. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to Shannon Cartmell, our CED manager and building official.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the Community and Economic Development Department, or CED, is involved in many aspects of the housing spectrum. CED leads the city's affordable housing programs and incentives. These include the fee waiver program, permit ready plans, new improvement and community enhancement neighborhood grants for infrastructure, the multifamily property tax exemption program, and the affordable housing sales and use tax funding. These programs help develop and preserve safe, accessible, and affordable housing in Port Angeles. Next slide, please. So as you may remember, in December 2025, the Port Angeles City Council approved the 2025 Comprehensive Plan and Housing Action Plan periodic updates with a significant focus on housing access and development. These documents were developed in collaboration with local stakeholders and shaped by a valuable community input. Throughout the drafting of the Housing Action Plan, there were multiple iterations of a new staff role to address camping and encampments. Housing Action Plan Task Number 7 started as a citywide homelessness navigator. And after conversations with community partners and the City Council, the role evolved to a housing instability advocate. Finally, during a City Council work session, this role further evolved into a housing instability project manager. The Housing Instability Project Manager was the final iteration of this role. In addition, Housing Action Plan Task Number 8 addresses the multifamily housing pipeline project. On January 20th, 2026, the City Council accepted a grant of over $1.9 million in housing funds to lead the design and pre-development of a multifamily, multi-story, mixed-use building to increase the supply of affordable housing and encourage density. The city released an RFP in early March, and the proposals are due by this Friday. There have been a significant market interest with over a dozen firms reaching out directly to express interest in this project. Next slide, please. To better support community members experiencing housing instability, foster collaboration among organizations, and pursue innovative strategies to reduce homelessness in the coming years, the Housing Action Plan directs staff to hire a housing instability project manager. The primary responsibilities of this position currently include research and leading new housing strategies, such as converting old motels or office spaces into permanent housing or emergency shelters, creating opportunities for more transitional housing options, such as tiny home villages or safe parking programs, and increasing collaboration with existing homelessness outreach teams and co-response teams. Community partners have provided feedback that this role should facilitate a cross-organizational coordination and educate the public about the realities faced by unhoused neighbors. Next slide, please. One tool to help create affordable housing and supportive housing is the city's Affordable Housing Sales and Use Tax Grant. Pursuant to RCW 82-14-530, the City Council adopted Ordinance 3655, authorizing a sales and use tax for affordable housing. This initiative was passed by voters and took effect on April 1st, 2020. Affordable housing sales and use taxes are collected upon the transaction of all retail sales inside the city limits of Port Angeles. Specifically, with the 1590 fund, 60% must fund capital costs such as constructing or acquiring affordable housing, constructing or acquiring behavioral health facilities, and purchasing land for those purposes. The remaining funds may then be used for operations, maintenance, and services related to housing programs. Programs that utilize 1590 funds generally support low-income households, people experiencing homelessness, and people with behavioral health needs. For example, in 2025, the City Council approved the use of funds to support 4PA's Touchstone campus, which will create 11 transitional housing tiny homes with community spaces. Next slide, please. Under RCW 82-14-540, the city also has a 1406 sales and use tax fund. This money must be used for affordable or supportive housing for households at or below 60% of the area median income. Acceptable uses include building, acquiring, or rehabilitating affordable housing, creating supportive housing facilities, operating and maintaining new affordable or supportive housing units, and in smaller jurisdictions like Port Angeles, a rental assistance program. An example, in 2024, Peninsula Behavioral Health received a 1406 sales and use tax grant to rehabilitate a single-family residence to provide permanent supportive housing for its program participants. So thank you for your attention. I will now introduce our City Attorney, Shada Sahandi. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Shannon, and good afternoon, Mayor Dexter and the City Council. I'm Shada Sahandi, your City Attorney, and my goal this afternoon is to provide you with a legal framework to support your deliberations on encampment policy issues before you this afternoon. I'll start by saying that the legal and statutory frameworks provide both guardrails as well as tools for addressing these issues. The primary guardrails, protections of individual rights and personal liberties, reside in various provisions of federal and state constitutions. Of these, one of the most relevant that you will see discussed often are the due process protections that fall into two categories. Substantive due process, which is essentially what the government is allowed to do. Procedural due process is how government does those things. And there's more conversation going on about these two protections and others constitutional rights because the case law is currently rapidly evolving. Next slide, please. You may have heard about these two cases as there was a lot of municipal conversation when they were decided. The first one, Martin v. Boise, was where the Ninth Circuit decided and held that it was cruel and unusual punishment to clear an encampment by a local government if the jurisdiction did not have adequate shelter capacity for all those who were cleared. This caused quite a bit of concern in local communities as it was seen as a de facto prohibition of local governments being able to take the steps that they needed to for ensuring public health and safety. After that, the Supreme Court accepted review of the Grants Pass case, which put a new frame on the analysis. First, they held that it was not a per se violation of the Eighth Amendment to clear an encampment, even with inadequate shelter capacity. They went ahead to say that even though a jurisdiction cannot criminalize the condition of being unhoused, local government still has the authority and responsibility to ensure public health and safety, and that local governments can take steps to clear encampments as long as certain protections are in place. Procedural protections, such as notice, as was mentioned earlier, of clearings and storage of personal property, so people are able to get it back if they lose property that was cleared, instructions on how to get their property back, that kind of thing that allows people the processes to ensure that their rights are maintained. Another way to frame it is, if the government is taking action to clear a site, it needs to be for public health and safety reasons or other police powers, and that it also has to be in ways that safeguard the individual rights of those who are being affected. Next slide, please. On the state constitutional side, it is also broadly recognized that local governments have broad powers to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And again, it's as long as the boundaries are maintained. And as I've listed on the slide here, the critical components are that the local regulations do not conflict with general state laws, that they be reasonable, that they bear a substantial relationship to the outcomes that the local government is seeking, in this case, health, safety, or welfare, and that they not violate individual rights. Next slide, please. Now, on the tools side, we have our city codes, which provide a variety of mechanisms to protect public interest related to health and safety, public nuisance, environment, etc. I want to say that this is not a comprehensive review of every provision in our ordinance that can apply. These are some selected ones, and they are not word for word. What I'm going to do is describe in as little legalese as possible what they contain, but I'm providing the references for people who want to see the actual language. One critical frame of reference to keep in mind as you look at these different provisions is that there is a substantial difference in the duty of care that a jurisdiction owes for public property as opposed to private property. And when the city is serving in a proprietary role as the owner, there's liability for safety, injuries, environmental damage, torts claims, a lot of things that we are responsible for as a city that are not the same when we're working in partnership with private property owners or nonprofits. So those sections there, we're going to go through really quickly. Next slide, please. Title 8, Health and Sanitation, is where we have a lot of the provisions relating to nuisances, which are essentially the kinds of things that can happen that affect the rights of a greater community or neighbors and prevent people from having a safe and healthy environment in which to live and work. The provision describes and lists actually what counts as a nuisance as well as a chronic nuisance. And the enforcement mechanism that's given here is one that allows the city manager or their designee to do a set of articulated actions that include trying to get voluntary compliance, sending warning letters, monetary penalties, and the such. Next slide, please. Title 9, Public Peace, Morals, and Safety, covers public disturbances. Now, the purpose here is to prevent conduct that inflicts or threatens substantial harm to individuals or the public interest. And the focus is provisions that are not actually criminal offenses, so it's a way to have some levers of management and control for things that don't rise to the level of or are not categorized as criminal. This includes certain disorderly conduct, abusive language, and I've listed here some of the items that count as public disturbances. Next slide, please. And the thing that I point out here is that these offenses are actually considered misdemeanors and gross misdemeanors, which allow for a different level of enforcement. And it's interesting to note that here the language shall is used, so shall be prosecuted. So it's a different level or strength of enforcement's capability. Next slide, please. Public places covers, it's Title 12. It covers a lot of different kinds of places that are publicly owned. I've focused here on the Parks and Rec section and certain provisions that relate to how our parks properties are used, including the hours of operation, which was mentioned earlier as one thing that is being considered to be revised. And the goal here is to make it very clear for folks what are proper and not proper use of these properties, what kind of activities are allowed, and for what activities permits are required. And in order to get a permit, the idea is that the person who's permitting is ensuring that the areas are being used for the theme or purpose for which that area was developed. The failure for any person or group to follow these regulations is grounds for removal, and also violations can be misdemeanors punishable by fines as well as imprisonment. Next slide, please. Title 15, I've added this one here because it is a testament to the City Council's commitment to the preservation of environmental resources of the city and the community's valuing of the natural and environmental resources that are here. And even though sometimes the issues that we're focusing on are not the environmental ones, it is extremely appropriate given these commitments to environmental protection, that these aspects of impact are taken into account and given weight in the deliberations. That ensures that the actions that the City Council takes are aligned with the strategic planning, the long-term strategic planning and vision that you have put in place previously. Next slide. Speaking of strategic planning, I did want to point out that 3 out of 4 of the focus areas of the strategic plan are directly implicated in these conversations as well. Community resilience, citywide resource optimization, and housing. And in addition, as was mentioned earlier, the housing action plan also sets forth some of the strategies and policies that you have adopted in the past. And I would urge the council to keep alignment with these prior policies and strategies and frameworks in mind as you continue your deliberations. Last slide. In summary, our department is here to help you achieve the goals and fulfill the strategies that you decide to pursue, and to be able to do that in ways that honor the law and the rights and interests of the community as a whole, as well as the individual members, while performing the city's basic governmental duties. We can help develop and revise frameworks and ensure that we give the public clarity and transparency. We define expectations clearly and provide decisive enforcement mechanisms when those are needed. Thank you for your time, and I will now turn it over to Deputy City Manager Goings.
Thank you very much. So again, thank you. And to again preview the questions we are hoping to receive discussion and possible guidance on. Do you think the current Port Angeles Municipal Code regarding camping and encampments is adequate? Should the city update its current camping ordinance? If so, are there areas in the city that should be prioritized, such as the waterfront district, neighborhoods, streams, ravines, bluffs, near schools, parks, etc.? What can the city do to reduce the impact to local businesses? What can the city do to reduce the impact to neighborhoods? What can the city do to reduce the impacts to environmentally sensitive areas? Next slide. What role, if any, should the city of Port Angeles play in the following scenarios? Removing encampments on privately owned land, removing encampments on publicly owned land. Should the city support a sanctioned encampment program? If so, where should it be located? General areas. And who should be responsible for oversight? Should the city support a safe parking program? If so, where should it be located in general areas? And who should be responsible for oversight? In what ways should the city support and or lead these efforts? Next slide. If the city does sponsor or lead efforts, how should these efforts be funded? And should the ARC team resume meeting as an internal staff level ad hoc committee focused solely on the cleanup and safe management of city-owned facilities? If so, how will progress be measured? Next slide. Mayor and council, with that, thank you, and we look forward to your discussion and guidance.
All right. Well, I think it makes the most sense to, we could each dig into each of these questions, but I know my answer I have a final answer which sort of loops back around to some of the previous questions. So I think it would be smart to just do sort of a round robin and get people's initial take. And I do just want to remind us all, because I know I have a tendency to want to do this, that our goal tonight is not to solve the issue of homelessness in Port Angeles, though that would be an amazing thing to accomplish. And I would feel like I had done my work here. However, it isn't. And so one of the things I asked Carrie to do is if she can keep track, if while we're talking, someone has an idea that feels tangential but important, she'll put it in the parking lot for us to revisit. So we're keeping track of those ideas, but also trying to be efficient with our time and really focusing on addressing the issue of camping and encampments, which is the primary focus of tonight. And I know sometimes you have to talk around it a little bit to clarify how you're landing on your thoughts about what you want to say. So obviously not going to cut people off immediately, but just want to try to keep it focused. So I can start to my left or my right, or if someone wants to volunteer to start, I'm happy to. Okay, Latricia, go for it.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for that overview. It's a lot packed into one. I think I want to start off with, today we are facing a truth about people without housing and that they deserve safety, dignity, and a place to exist. And I think that the existing policy, question number one, I think our existing policy displaces people. It doesn't provide stabilization. And I think that our existing policy, we can expand that policy to move towards stabilization. And what I mean by stabilization, I think we can start to incorporate and develop. I don't think we need to have a brand new policy, but we need to start incorporating it into our existing policies and authorities, is that we need to look at permitting camping areas. Our existing policy already permits camping, but it has to be approved by your city manager. So we have a policy that already provides that. So let's develop and stabilize this policy, and let's provide a pathway to show people or to show how to do it. But I'm kind of saying that when I say camping, this is a broader, more like providing encampments that are approved. That includes not just camping, but if we can combine the two, parking and camping, because one, we have to think about where, and that is a question that you have. I mean, I've looked at and I've thought about places where, and I think there are places that we can do this. So I think that creating designated safe parking and camping zones, and it can be done, again, like I said, using our existing authority rather than starting from scratch. Right now, our code does allow for camping only by permit, but we haven't really created enough permitted options. That gap is what we're seeing on our streets. That our code is prohibitive by default, relies heavily on enforcement, tickets, trespass, and it contains and it does contain a legal pathway, which is permits that could support managed encampments and safe parking. So Port Angeles Municipal Code 12.04.08, is our driving enforcement right there. Camping is illegal by default, but again, director issues permits are allowed. And then we default to enforcement. And we've seen that in the presentations, the cost of that enforcement, the cost of the Parks Department, the increased calls for both fire and police. We've heard that tonight. So let me scroll through here. So our enforcement tends to fill the gaps, and we need to move away from that because we need enforcement to really focus on priority enforcement issues. So let's create a code that manages safe camping and parking. Let me go down my notes. There are a lot of examples out there. We're not going to solve it here. There's different properties. The city owns a lot of property down in Valley Creek. It may not be ideal for like 20-year or 10-year permanent, but it's a start where we can start small. There's the old PUD building off of Highway 101. Again, these are close to services. We can create a partnership with Salvation Army. We talked about in the presentation, rehabbing one of their facilities to provide transitional and possibly safe camping and parking, and working with them and establishing an agreement with upgrading their facilities that this service is also provided, and working with them. And this isn't something that the city is going to do alone. This is something that we could coordinate with service or civic clubs. We've got some great civic clubs, Rotary Club. There's others. I'm sorry, I'm going blank. But we can coordinate with them on things that they could help. It could be like maybe helping to build a fence or helping to build something like that, or coordinating with Peninsula Behavioral Health or OPCC or Serenity House to provide wraparound services. The city helping to provide the land. it's a coordination. It's not the city doing it all alone. And I think I'm going to say that I'm going to skip all the way to 8 because I think providing a policy that provides safe, coordinated camping and parking solutions really answers, like, I think it was 4, 5, and 6. So 8, should the city support safe parking program? I've already answered that one. In what way should the city support and lead these actions? Well, I think that the city does need to take the lead as it's impacting city businesses, city residents. Our role is to protect, as was stated, health, safety, and well-being of the residents of the city of Port Angeles, all of them, everyone, even our vulnerable. Everybody needs to be protected. We can't continue to contribute to the destabilization. We need to contribute to stabilization of our unhoused homeless community. We need to find stability for them and for the community. The city needs to create joint partnerships to develop the plan and the role for each partner. So now I'm going to jump to 10. If the city sponsors or leads efforts, how should this work be funded? I think there's a whole, here's my ideas. We could tap into general funds. We could tap into those other funds, the 1502, 1476. We could tap into those funds. We can reach out to Housing, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We can reach out to state homeless funds. Again, these would be all grants. We can reach out to public health funding. We can frame it as prevention, sanitation, crisis stabilization. We could also, again, here's the service clubs. I knew I had it written down. Rotary, Kiwanis. Those are great, partnering with them. Shared staffing, partner with outreach providers instead of hiring new staff. Peninsula Behavioral Health, OPCC, known, OMC, TAFI, Habitat for Humanity. Sliding scale participant fee. It's optional. I don't want to use it as a barrier, but you could create buy-in for the people who use it, like $10 a month or something, or $5 a month. They're paying for it. You're creating buy-in by the people who need the camping, the parking. Let me see here. Again, smart structure for partnerships like city funds, sanitation, nonprofit funds, case management. Another nonprofit could provide land, or as an example. It doesn't have to be like that. That's an example. We can also, can we submit applications to the county for funding when they do their RFP process? I think maybe we should start submitting our application to respond to what's impacting us here in the city and come up with a plan. Because we keep saying the county is the one who receives the state funding. We don't. Well, let's go after that funding. Let's develop a proposal. And the reason why I'm in support of looking at safe parking, camping, because safe parking, if you break it out, the annual cost could be as high as maybe $10,000, $15,000, whereas high cost shelter systems, annual cost can reach up to $45,000 a site or a bed. That's just a bed. So I think that also safe parking, we can create it to where it's managed. And we can also, I think it's important that we could come up with a great plan. But I think what's important is the people that are in the situation where they need the safe camping, the safe parking, that this art team, that they're added to that art team. Because they're the ones who are going to have the buy-in. They're the ones who are going to be working and talking within each other to say, this is valuable to us. I'm on that planning team. I'm on that team to say what direction and what we need as a community, as part of this community to survive. I think we need to incorporate them more than what we do. Other things that I want to throw out there that were kind of mentioned, day storage. I think day storage is definitely needed. Training for coordinated entry. We heard about that with a gentleman that, you know, the people that were assisting them didn't really know the programs very well. We also, I was looking at everybody's websites. Everybody has fabulous websites. There's like 11 of them I went to, but there's no one coordinated website that incorporates and combines all of those. So if you're not really computer literate, or, you know, you're told to go here or to go there, you're going to 11 different websites. I think we need one website, coordinated entry, that ties all those websites together. It's not done. So who should do that? The county is the lead coordinated entry person. I think the county should take the lead on that and coordinating everybody's websites and the services that they provide. Another thing, and I think would be great for 4PA out there and also down here on the waterfront, is solar powered picnic tables for charging. We heard about our down on Front and First Street damage to those receptacles, charging receptacles. Well, if there was some sort of solar power generated charging systems, like a picnic table, I've seen them down at Lower Elwha. They have several of them out there that could decrease that behavior of damaging electrical receptacles. So that's where I'm going to end. I'm sure through our discussion, I might have more there, or maybe somebody might change my mind, or I might get behind somebody else's ideas and stuff. The other thing, and I talked about it last time, is I think that I mentioned it before, is Corey, thanks for your presentation. But I think we need to come up with a solution that doesn't involve shutting down bathrooms. I think we need to come up with an alternate solution. I think that we need to talk with our with those entities, those 11 groups, and the people that they serve, and find out where is the priority for them, for their needs, where a bathroom should be located. We have our needs. We want them in parks, but people are saying they don't, want the activities that are happening tend to happen in parks. Where can we place one that would meet the needs of our unhoused?
Can I bring it order? I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but could we maybe come up with a system on the sharing? I'm just a little bit worried with a half hour that people on this side of the table may not get an opportunity to share.
I could email what I have written up.
Yep. Yeah, that'd be great. So I think some of this will just continue, though I do like the idea of everyone having a chance to sort of get their main ideas out, so that when we get to public comment, people commenting have a sense of sort of as a group where we may be headed and can comment appropriately then. So yes, I know it's hard to be succinct, but if you have an opportunity to sort of say briefly, and then if we need to dig in a little bit more in the during the meeting, we can do that. But it would be nice for everyone to have an opportunity to say at least a little bit about the direction they're interested in going, or what they're thinking about this before we get to the regular meeting. Sorry, I'm going to have to be pivoting in a minute. Drew, go ahead. Oh, I guess it doesn't have to be in an order, but since we started, we'll just keep going.
Okay, for the sake of brevity, I went ahead and actually typed up my responses. So this is going to sound slightly monotoned as I quickly read. I am more than welcome to expand on anything, because a lot of this is condensed down into one sentence, what would normally be a very long conversation. Do you think the current Port Angeles Municipal Code regarding camping and encampments is adequate? I think the current code establishes a clear baseline. Camping on city-owned property without authorization is already prohibited without permission. The issue is not whether we have a rule in place. The issue is whether that the rules, procedures, consistent real-world outcomes. Right now, enforcement is happening, but the system breaks down after that point. When violations are not consistently prosecuted, the same behavior repeats. That limits the effectiveness of the code as it exists today. I'd also add that the code is directionally correct, but it's lacking. It functions as a general prohibition, but it's not structured as a standalone ordinance with clear definitions, processes, and expectations. I think there's a value in modernizing it into a more comprehensive and clearly defined framework that reflects current case law and best practices. Should the city update its current camping ordinance? Yes, I support updating the ordinance so it's clear, more specific, and aligned with how we actually intend to manage public spaces. At the same time, updating the code only matters if we can enforce it in a way that changes outcomes. Without consistent prosecution, even a well-written ordinance becomes difficult to rely on. My goal is to make sure any updates we adopt are practical and enforceable, not symbolic. Based on approaches used in other Washington cities, a modernized ordinance could include clearly defined terms such as camping, obstruction, personal property. It could establish time, place, and manner restrictions rather than simple prohibition. It could also include notice requirements before removal, procedures for storage, retrieval of personal property, and clearly designated enforcement zones such as high-use public areas. Some cities also incorporate escalation frameworks that move from warning to citation to removal. Aligning language with recent federal and state case law includes rulings that allow enforcement when no shelter is available, but also strengthen the ordinance. If so, are there areas in the city that should be prioritized? Yes, we should prioritize areas where impacts to safety, health, economic activity are the most visible. That includes downtown, it includes the waterfront, includes parks and areas near school. I also think we need to be proactive in environmentally sensitive areas like ravines and bluffs. Those areas are harder to restore once they're impacted, so early intervention matters. What can the city do to reduce the impact to local businesses? From my perspective as a downtown business owner, consistency is the biggest issue. Businesses can adapt to clear expectations. The struggle when conditions change day to day. The city can reduce impact by making sure public spaces are consistently maintained. That means addressing garbage, biohazards, and obstructions of sidewalks in a predictable way. We also need to make sure tools we already have are being used consistently and tracked. That includes both criminal enforcement and civil administrative tools. If we're not measuring outcomes, we can't improve them. Examples of consistency can include establishing defined response timelines for cleanup of reported hazards, such as same-day responses for biohazards and a set window for debris removal. It could also include regular scheduled patrols or inspections in high-impact areas so conditions do not fluctuate unpredictably. Clear communication can involve a single point of contact for businesses, regular updates on enforcement or cleanup activity, transparent reporting dashboards showing complaints, response times, and outcomes. I do recognize that the city does do in some form some of that already. What can the city do to reduce the impact of neighborhoods? Neighborhood impacts often show up differently than downtown. They tend to involve encampments that grow over time and create ongoing disruption. The city can respond by setting clear expectations for public space use and applying them consistently. Early intervention matters. Smaller issues are easier to manage before they become larger, long-term encampments. At the same time, enforcement works better than when there are alternatives. Without alternatives, activity tends to shift from one neighborhood to another rather than being resolved. What can the city do to reduce the impact to environmentally sensitive areas? These areas should be a high priority for protection. Once damage occurs, it can be difficult or impossible to fully restore. The city should focus on early detection and timely response. That reduces long-term environmental harm and lowers cleanup costs. This is also an area where coordination matters. Public works, code enforcement, and law enforcement all play a role. Clear communication and defined responsibilities are important if we want consistent results. What role, if any, should the city of Port Angeles play in removing encampments on privately owned land? The city has a limited role here. Property owners are responsible for their own land. The city can support enforcement of applicable codes. The city can also provide guidance on available processes. It's important to recognize that the city has already taken steps to allow certain uses on private property. Port Angeles has adopted ordinances that allow religious organizations to host temporary shelters and similar uses under defined conditions. That reflects our existing policy direction of enabling community-based solutions on private land. In addition, the Port Angeles Police Department operates a trespass enforcement program. This allows property owners to authorize officers to act on their behalf to remove individuals who are trespassing. That tool provides a mechanism for enforcement without requiring the property owner to be present each time. What role, if any, should the city of Port Angeles play in removing encampments on publicly owned land? This is a core city responsibility. Public spaces need to remain safe, accessible, and usable for everyone. The city should enforce its own codes consistently. That includes parks, sidewalks, and other public areas. I want to be clear about how the system works. The council up here passes laws and sets the budget. The police department is responsible for enforcement decisions in the field. The county is responsible for prosecutions through the prosecuting attorney's office. If any part of that system is inconsistent, especially prosecution, it directly impacts whether enforcement leads to lasting change. Our role is to make sure the laws are clear and the overall system supporting enforcement is functioning in a way that produces real results. Should the city support a sanctioned encampment program? Yes, as part of a balanced approach. Enforcement without alternatives does not solve the problem, it shifts it. Managed sites provide a place where expectations can be enforced in a controlled environment. However, I do not believe the city should operate these sites directly. They should be run by experienced nonprofit organizations with clear standards and accountability. If so, where should they be located and who should be responsible for the oversight? I do not have a specific location to propose. What I do have are expectations of what makes a location viable. It needs to have access to services. It needs to minimize impact on surrounding areas. It also needs to support basic sanitation and oversight. Oversight should be handled by a nonprofit or service provider with experience managing these types of programs. The city's role should be limited to facilitating and setting expectation, not day-to-day operations. Should the city support a safe parking program? Yes, safe parking is another tool that can provide immediate stability for people while reducing impacts in other areas. Like sanctioned camping, it needs to be structured and managed. I would also note the city has already created pathways for certain organizations, such as churches, to host shelter-related uses. Safe parking could be a natural extension of that existing framework if done in a structured way. In what ways should the city support and or lead these actions? The city's role is to create the framework that allows these efforts to succeed. That includes updating codes where needed. It includes reducing regulatory barriers for providers. It includes coordinating with partners and setting clear expectations. I do not believe the city should directly operate these programs. Where the city is involved financially, I think we should focus on areas that are already our responsibility but can be done more efficiently through contracts. A good example is encampment cleanup. That area is a city responsibility. If a third party can perform the work more efficiently at a lower cost while meeting defined standards, that is a model worth pursuing. Should the ARC team resume meeting as an internal staff level ad hoc committee focused solely on the cleanup and safe management of city-owned properties? I'm open to it, but only under very specific conditions. I'm not interested in adding staff time or creating new positions for this effort. If this team is reestablished, it needs to have clearly defined purpose and measurable outcomes tied directly to on-the-ground results. If these conditions are met, I think there's value in improving coordination across departments. I'm also open to stakeholder involvement, either directly or indirectly, as long as it contributes to better outcomes and does not dilute the team's focus. And if so, how will progress be measured? Progress needs to be visible and measurable. That includes reductions in complaints, includes improved cleanliness in public spaces, also includes response times, consistency of follow-through. Specific KPIs can include tracking the percentage of public spaces that are consistently usable without obstructions or hazards. Another metric could be average response time to reported issues, especially biohazards or illegal dumping. The city can also track the number of repeat encampment locations to measure whether interventions are creating lasting change. A separate but equally important measure is connection to service. That can include tracking how many individuals contacted through enforcement or outreach are successfully referred to shelter, safe parking, or service providers. Over time, the goal should be to see both improvement in public space conditions and increased movement of individuals into more stable conditions. That is as fast as I can read.
Excellent. Thank you. And Mark, your turn.
Thank you. I'm going to go a different route. I do want to thank the staff for the thorough presentation. I thought it was extremely honest and fair, which tells me that our city is taking this issue seriously. And so thank you. I'm gonna go a different direction here. I'm gonna ask a couple questions. And let me first state that I'm looking for a solution, one part of the solution to be looked through this lens: engineering, education, enforcement, and services. So I just have a couple questions. One for our police chief. Chief Smith, is it illegal to be homeless or unhoused?
No, it's not illegal to be homeless or unhoused.
Would you say that it's a set of circumstances then and not a violation?
Well, certainly it's a circumstance, and we don't always know when we deal with people what their housing status is, as you would, I'm sure, be quite aware.
Got it. Thank you. And a question along with that, is it illegal then if I were to put a sleeping bag on a sidewalk downtown and sleep there overnight?
So putting a sleeping bag downtown on the sidewalk itself, not illegal. To the extent you're obstructing the sidewalk for other people, that's a judgment call. And we have our downtown resource officer here who could tell you more about how often that happens. But I mean, just the sleeping bag itself, if someone can pass on the sidewalk, it's not obstructing anything. So the answer would be no. And just for that.
How would our officers deal with a situation like that if they were called to respond?
Well, we deal with that all the time. It's, based on judgment, discretion, common sense. Often a person with a sleeping bag moves the sleeping bag. It's a temporary condition. I drive by things and I look at them to decide if I'm going to create a call for service. Is the sidewalk still passable? Yes, it is. Is there a pile of other things alongside it? Is there trash, whatever? And our downtown resource officer early in the morning goes out and contacts people The right of way is the right of way. It's not our property, but we maintain sort of access. So, it's a combination of factors, but just that alone is, not the overall problem that we're typically addressing. And, people deal that with judgment and common sense.
Is the prohibition on camping a municipal code violation or an RCW?
Well, there isn't an RCW. We have a municipal code. It's not a prohibition. It's, I think, as our city attorney said, it's sort of based on a proprietary approach that the city, being a property owner, says you can camp on my property with following certain conditions.
And what would enforcement look like for public spaces versus private property?
Well, private property is really property for everybody. So laws and rules that apply, environmental rules, as the city attorney explained, I think she could tell you more, but our own property has responsibilities for us as a property owner. Now, the police department, we just enforce the law and we just, work towards compliance. We don't necessarily distinguish, public property is public property, private property is private property. Things are either allowed, a property owner is either complaining to us or not. And we have a lot of public property entities in the city limits that they control their own property. They manage their property. They don't call us very often to help them. We have some property owners that do call us frequently to help them control their property. I think the trespass program is a good example of how that works.
Last question, what benefit, if any, would a safe or designated camping or safe and designated parking space have on calls for service that the police department receives?
Well, any space that is truly safe, that's managed, that's law abiding and safe for everyone is highly beneficial. And obviously, if that was an easy thing to accomplish, we'd already have that. It comes with a host of things that go with it. But just asking me the question from an enforcement standpoint, something that is organized and structured and safe, highly beneficial to us carrying out our duties.
But I would say that we don't have that. We have given an all call for volunteers to partner with us, but we haven't actively pursued it. That would be my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Navarro said she would go after, so Amy, go next.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess I should say, would you like to go next?
Okay, so not entirely how I expected a discussion to feel like, but I also have a question. And it's not really directed at anyone. I guess what I would like to point out on our list of 11 and a half questions is that I think we also need to add one in somewhere in between 3 and 5 to recognize that we also, I think, have a duty to reduce the impacts to our staff wellness. Is the way I guess I would put that. I know I don't want to speak for anybody, so I don't know if Jessica or Tim, if you wanted to share any of the impacts that you might be having with this. But if I had to clean bathrooms like that multiple times a day, I think I would have impacts. I know that when I did outreach with law enforcement, I also had impacts of moving people along and not being able to say, like, we can't be here, but you can be here. So it sounds like we have, I guess I can't say consensus yet, but it sounds like we're on a page that isn't in different languages this time, which is awesome. So I won't go through too much. It is a little personally frustrating because this is sort of the stuff we talked about at like our second ARC committee meeting. So I'm glad it's here. Safe parking is costly. However, we have a pilot project that's going on in Squim, and it's like $118,000 for 5 spots for 1 year. So it's not totally cost efficient. I do think we should support it. So do I think the camping code is adequate? Yes. I think we can update it to prioritize areas and that we should, including the downtown district or waterfront district, our environmentally sensitive areas. I'm not sure if we want to write it into code, but bathrooms also. I think we, again, same page on at least for a couple of us, we want to have our bathrooms open 24/7. And so maybe there needs to be increased enforcement or increased something in relation to that so that we can have options rather than just closing them, because that doesn't feel good for anybody, especially if you have to go to the bathroom at midnight in town. I have some ideas and some actions that I hope to bring that will address some of these questions about what can the city do to reduce impacts on certain groups. And I'm going to present an idea that will address some of those as far as having an advisory task force. So I think we should, I just will get more specific, I guess, when it comes to action. What else do you, I think you get it, right? I think that all makes sense. I also had one more question. In the presentation, we talked about a housing instability project manager, which is a lengthy title. Did we hire one of those? Okay. And then I did open it up to Tim or Jessica if you wanted to share. So I didn't want to, if that's okay. I don't know if they want to. They're looking at me like I'm nuts, but I'd like to hear.
So can I suggest that we have you come up and answer those questions during the council meeting discussion? And just for everyone online, the answer to Amy's question was no from staff. So because Calvin didn't turn his mic on fast enough, but he was shaking his head no. So we have not hired that position. I just wanted to be clear for people who can't see that part of the room. All right, John, go ahead.
Okay, 8 minutes. Great. We'll get this through. So,
well, there's 3 of us, so you
can 8 divided by 3. Got it. Okay. All right. So I'll just answer the questions in a sentence. So, first question, I think that it's a good starting point, but we could enhance it by establishing a standard operating procedure that helps define what those are, how we handle the process. Right now, we don't have anything like that. That's something that we should definitely do, and in the names of transparency, and so that people know whether they're housed or unhoused, what that report's like, what they should expect the process. We don't have one right now. Camping ordinance, I think it'd be important to clarify time, place, and manner to make sure that the city can provide prior authorization for managed structured alternatives like safe parking. So I think we need to update it to include that. Areas that should be prioritized, downtown, school walk zones, parks, sensitive habitats that we are required to protect. What can we do to help impact local businesses? Work towards a 30-day window for restoring functionality. Again, consistent enforcement of park hours with some sort of 48-hour target site visit for new reports to kind of figure out what's going on. Reduce impact to neighborhoods. Again, transparent standard operating procedures are going to help there. Ensuring we have a better form for people to issue nuisance complaints if they have them. Right now, I couldn't tell you where it goes, what happens, so it'd be nice to have that in a dashboard to show the process. The 5th question, I think we can modernize our NICE grants, that resolution from back in 2004 to help us provide restoration to sensitive watershed areas as a priority infrastructure goal. 6, I think everyone said that. Private property, provide guidance. Public property, we can, my thought about the ARC team is to reimagine it as something more of a stability coordination team to help effectively manage that in a compassionate way. Cleanups with services, be more intentional about that. Sanction encampment programs, it's part of the process, but I think our housing action plan directs us towards step housing, and I think we need to direct our attention towards building that infrastructure to provide residents who are experiencing homelessness a transition to permanent housing. And then coming down here, I think in terms of for safe parking program pilots, I think we need to collaborate with the county and have more of a say in how those funds are spent. And I like to explore the establishment of some interlocal agreement with the county to give us more of a say on how 590 funds at the state level that are given to the county are spent in our city, where we see the most of this impact. So I like the exploration of that idea. Jefferson County and Port Townsend have a great example of that. And then again, the ARC team, we establish it as a stability coordination team, specifically with service providers to find a verified pathway to housing. We might already do this, but look at it. We also need to do a deep dive into the analysis on where the system breaks down. Why are we experiencing these? I call it a jurisdictional gap analysis. We need to figure out where the breaks are in the system and figure out where our lane is and how we need to interact with partners, whether it's the county, NGOs, whatever you want to call them, to make sure that we have a steady, accessible handoff system where residents who are experiencing unhoused situations can get services and we can see them through to the end. Too many get left in the dark, and we need to make sure that they get the support they need. I have more thoughts, but again, 8 divided by 3 is not a long time.
Thank you, John. Nora?
Well, I'm just going to say I'm not going to get it done in 4 minutes. I'm even in these initial thoughts, but I will say that I do support many of the positions that have been suggested already. I did want to emphasize again the importance of having 24-hour bathrooms. I think, City Council is tasked with providing for the health, safety, and wellness of all residents, and our unhoused residents are residents as well. Also, I know personally how difficult it is to find bathroom facilities downtown, especially ones that aren't located in businesses. And nobody likes to be in a position where they don't have a place to pee. And I also support having an analysis of where we can put in more bathrooms, not just in the downtown corridor, but in our other potentially business corridors as well, like on 8th Street, or by, potentially some strategic bus stations throughout the city. I think that's a really positive suggestion. I think something that hasn't been talked about yet is increasing public trash and recycling areas, using the word trash generally, but hopefully that includes recycling. Again, in some of those, we focus a lot on downtown, but my deep concern is that where are folks going to be going? They're going to be going to our other business cores, like 8th Street, like C Street, like up by Swains, right? There's more businesses in this community than just downtown. And while I appreciate that that is a very important piece of this, I think what will happen is when we push, I think there's, evidence that this occurs in other areas, that when we push people out of one area, they go to other areas. And so with that, I'm hopeful that we can increase our trash and recycling facilities throughout our entire community that I think will lead to essentially beautification and again, places for people to store their trash. Because if you don't, I know that for many of us, we can take it to our cars and bring it home, but that is not available to everybody when that occurs. I have like 10 more items, so I'm hopeful that maybe I can start when we go back around.
Okay. So I'm going to pause. Well, I'm going to end the special meeting and we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll start the regular meeting just a couple minutes late because I think we've been here for an hour and a half. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and pick up with the beginning of the regular agenda. Thanks. All right. We're now council is here, but we're missing staff. So I'm just trying to get everyone's attention. It's the only loud thing. We're missing most of our staff. Sorry. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. For those of you who are just joining us, we just wrapped up an hour-and-a-half work session. And we will now go to the begin our regular meeting. And there will be a continuation of the discussion that was started in the work session during tonight's meeting. So we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the Port Angeles City Council for Tuesday, April 7th. Already April. And as evidenced by my shifting across, it is the time of year when one of us may have the sun in our eyes at some point during the meeting. But we'll take it because it's nice and sunny. Carrie, can you do the roll call, please?
Mayor Dexter?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Carr?
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Present.
Councilmember Hodgson?
Good evening.
Councilmember Miller?
Here.
Councilmember Schwab?
Here.
Councilmember Suggs?
Here.
Manager West?
Present.
Attorney Sahandi?
Present.
Thank you.
All right. If everyone, if you can please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Are there any late items from staff?
Mayor, we have no late items this evening. I do have a point of clarification relative to item E8. I just wanted to take the time to clarify that E8 is actually a land use agreement between the City of Port Angeles and Bonneville Power Administration, simply for the purpose of utilizing the BPA transmission easement for the purpose of the Morris Creek water line. So it's fairly simple, and I think the title as we described it, makes it sound a lot more complex than it actually is, just so you're aware. That's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any late items from council? All right, good, because I think we'll be here for a while anyway. All right, thank you. Okay, that brings us to our first public comment period. I just want to assess just a couple of things because there are some people that I don't recognize. And I heard a couple phone dings during the meeting. So if you are in council chambers, if you can silence, you don't have to put it on airplane mode or anything, but if you can make sure you're not ringing, that would be helpful, especially during public comment period. If you are joining us virtually and wish to speak during public comment, we have 25 people online. And I realize some people may just want to hear our conversation and see what direction we may take. But if you wish to speak, please raise your hand now so I can assess how many folks we have. I only see one hand at this time. So we will go ahead and get started. It looks like everyone who has signed up for the first public comment period is speaking to something on tonight's agenda, which is another reminder, my apologies. First public comment period is items on tonight's agenda. And we do have a second public comment period that happens at or before 9:45 for other issues not on tonight's agenda. So we have a growing list of hands online as I expected. So just a reminder for folks in council chambers, you can state your name and whether or not you're a resident. The dais will keep track of your time for you. You have 3 minutes. And then online, I will keep track of your time and I'll start your timer after we know that we can hear you, because sometimes there's a little bit of a delay between when you know you're unmuted and when we can hear you. So with that, we'll go ahead and start in council chambers and then go online. It's easier to do one at a time and not jump back and forth. So we will go ahead and start with Bradley Calloway.
Good evening, everybody. Bradley Calloway, they're them city resident. We've heard a lot of discussion, a lot of talk about problems and solutions. I have opinions on them. You probably know what those opinions are. I spoke last time. Instead of repeating myself this week, I just want to encourage you. I just want to encourage you all as you deliberate on these proposals today and going forward to remember what it is that you're discussing. While it can be valuable to discuss numbers and economic impacts and policies, it's important to keep something in the forefront of your thoughts and in your discussions. These are people. These are city residents. These are friends and neighbors and coworkers. This is the person next to you at the DMV or with you next to you in the grocery store. What you decide today and in the future will affect the paths that these people's lives take. Will they feel safe in whatever spaces they can find? Will they have an equitable share of the public resources of our city? Will they be respected as community members and partners in society? Or will they be hunted from place to place, shunned, and pushed out of our shared public spaces? Will they be looked down on as lesser in our community? Remember that these are people, not statistics, and treat these decisions accordingly. Every person deserves respect. Every person deserves dignity. Every person deserves the opportunity to live their own life. It's up to you whether you want to make a human-centered policy that focuses on the dignity of these people, or to decide to focus on the wants of the wealthy over the needs of our unprivileged residents. Whatever you decide, do it in a way so that when you're done, when you come back out of this meeting room and go back into the community, whether you're going to a mutual aid distribution at Jesse Webster, whether you're going to the food bank, whether you're going to Serenity House, whether you're visiting Taffy, whether you're going to the Harm Reduction Center, wherever you go, make sure you can go there. You can look every single person there in the eyeballs, and you can tell them that you did your best for them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Max Bogren.
Hi, I'm Max Bogren. I'm a resident of Port Angeles. I believe that emphasis on enforcement and prosecution treats homelessness people as already being criminalized, whether that's what's written or not, and alternatives based on religion add barriers and filters. Please consider all of the members of this community, including our unhoused neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Abel.
Tracy Abel, I am a resident of Port Angeles. I took a bunch of notes while you all were talking, and I don't remember specifically what came from whom, so I'll just go through it. I want to say I am opposed to continuing the ARC team. As was reported before, what it basically did was it coordinated very specific focused efforts to improve city-owned sites and facilities such as different parks and the Discovery Trail. And so that just sounds to me like chasing people out of public spaces. So I do not like that at all. I do like John's idea to reimagine it as a stabilization coordination team. I like the idea to have one website linking all the resources, because I had a formerly unhoused person staying in our home, and I would hear her on the phone trying to talk to different services and get connected. And I know how, I mean, it was like a full-time job for her to do that. So anything that you can do to make it easier for people to connect, I think is a good idea. Yes to keeping the restrooms open, absolutely. And yes to finding locations for additional restrooms. Yes to the trash and recycling containers, and not just in downtown, but throughout the entire community. Yes to expanding policy towards stabilization. I think, I mean, that is our goal here, stabilization. I like the idea of some of the staff member. Yes to the old motels and office spaces as housing. There are so many empty buildings around the city, and yet we see people, you know, struggling to survive wherever they can in the elements. And we have all these vacant buildings. Yes to designated camping and safe parking, with the understanding that those are not long-term solutions. There's something to do temporarily. I am absolutely opposed to further criminalization. Studies have shown over and over and over that just makes people's lives worse. It destabilizes them. It sets them back. Then there are fees. Then they have a criminal record. And if we're talking about safe parking places, I understand that the one in Squim if you have a criminal record, you are not allowed to stay there. So what is this going to do for people? So many of those people have criminal records. I have a criminal record. I also have been in jail, and I can tell you it is a deeply, deeply what is the word? Anyway, it made me feel like a less than person. It was deeply traumatic. And I do not think that it is to anybody's benefit to get a citation, to go to jail. It is not going to help anybody ever. And also this whole thing about environmental stuff. Let's start punching up instead of punching down on the most vulnerable people. We have acres and acres of highly toxic soil behind the fence along the coastline from the Rainier Mill. And I know that's not, definitely in your purview, but that is way more awful than vulnerable people trying to survive and pooping on a street.
Thank you. Stephen Bear.
Hi, I'm Stephen Bear. I also a Port Angeles resident. The last three people said most of everything I wanted to say. I wrote an email to council last week, and I said my position can be summed up very simply. People are more important than property. Any policy that makes living outside in our community more difficult without first providing more safe living space for the unhoused is government-sanctioned cruelty. We don't need sweeps, bans, or exclusionary corridors that make these people less visible but not better off. We need policies. I think we have the resources in this city and this county to improve health, safety, and the environment for all of its citizens. Not just the tax-paying business owners and others who are distressed by the sight of people living without access to shelter and sanitation. Comments about the questions for council. Those were all great questions, but I was interested that the first 7 questions were kind of like the hammer. What can we do? How can we enforce? In a way, how can we punish? The final questions were, what kind of a hand can we give to people? And I'm sure that wasn't an intentional placement, but it affected the way the council people responded to the questions. Council member Suggs started at point 1 and worked her way down. And then as time became limited, the rest of the council had less to say than they wanted to about how can we help people. So I'd just like you to focus on that as much as you focus on enforcement and prosecution and escalation. Focus on more bathrooms, more bathroom hours, more trash cans, recycling, day storage. That's a great idea. Talking to people who are homeless, having a place to keep your stuff. That's really, really difficult. If you are in an encampment, you leave your stuff there. If it's not there when you come back, where did it go? Thanks.
Thank you. Viola.
My name is Viola Ware, and I am a city resident, Port Angeles. I want to offer a few clarifying bits about the safe parking program. It is actually $137,000 for 2 years. Some of that, it was not intended by the church to be a low barrier program initially. It was also intended to eventually expand. Parts of what was expensed in the budget was with the intention of appeasing the community and community fears, as well as church members. So those funds, and I'd be happy to talk to anybody about a budget, can be shaved down to about $100,000 for 2 years, depending on what facilities you end up having to spend money on, what levels of staffing that you want, but you can pair one paid staff person with one volunteer and make it work. It's 1 hour at night, 1 hour in the morning. So it is possible. We do have a need for low barrier safe parking, and that this was not intended to be. So I want to make sure to clarify that. And it was not intended to solve all of the safe parking issues. A couple of suggestions, whatever thing you fund, please, as much as possible, allow some flexibility. Do not utilize a fund that tries to cram the need into the solution, but instead allow the people who are coming up with the solutions to meet the need. When we built the medical respite, that was the biggest gift that I had because we could really see the need as it came in the door and adjust the program as necessary. I also suggest calling in a cohort of people with lived experience and hiring them as consultants. The Minnesota Housing Partnership did this, and it was a months-long process, but they were able to get good information. People had shared power, and I think that's very important here when we're talking about what the solution is for this community. Also, a suggestion, maybe, following an example that we have here, maybe the city can create a city cleanup crew and hire people from encampments. One of the things that we did in Serenity House, if anybody was panhandling, we would go up to them. We had a small fund. It was hard. We couldn't refund it, but it was a fantastic program. If I saw somebody panhandling, I said, how about I pay you cash today to come and help us maintain our properties? Here's an option. So just some suggestions really quickly. I rarely speak about this, and I want us to be careful in how we talk about homelessness, not as a monolithic or homeless population as a monolithic entity. I never talk about this. I personally have my own experience, and I was living with a very violent person, and the specter of homelessness was so scary with my children that I stayed there and I made decisions that I deeply regret today. So as we consider what people are choosing, I think we need to think about what they're not choosing. Thank you.
Thank you, Viola. Joyce Stewart.
Hello, my name is Joyce Stewart. I do not live in the city. I live in the county, and I work with homeless people, and I consider a lot of homeless, houseless, under-resourced people my friends. Garbage cans, yes. I think I was yelling about that last time. Bathrooms, anything that's going to make it easier for people to be able to actually manage their own garbage, because most of us have a truck that comes to our house and we can get rid of things. People don't. I had permission, I could say this. So I talked to somebody who used to drive trucks in Alaska, and along the side of the road, there'd be beer bottles and garbage just thrown out the windows everywhere. Then they implemented a policy where every 5 miles there'd be a big dumpster. And you know what happened? People pulled over and threw their trash in the dumpster. People don't necessarily want to just throw their stuff everywhere. There's literally nowhere to put things. That's one thing. Two, what else? I was just at another meeting about this stuff, so I'm a little safe parking, all of that. I think part of the issue is going to be whether or not people have to have the documentation of their vehicles that they're using, because a lot of people pass vehicles in between themselves because they're poor, and nobody can remember who had the paperwork from 5 families ago for the registration. So there are a bunch of things within the population of folks that will be utilizing these things that there probably needs to be some sort of a volunteer or somebody who can tap into resources like what Viola was saying of things that they had problems with at the one in Squim. So that's one thing. Enforcement is never going to work because people are just going to move to the next place and then come back. I can tell you that most of the people that I know have been trespassed from everywhere, at least multiple times. They've been to jail multiple times. They've been to treatment multiple times, and they've been permanently banned or on some sort of a ban thing from Serenity House, so they can't go there either. So there just needs to be alternative places for people because the population it's more because we're in a housing crisis, period. And we're gonna see a lot more people losing their homes. I mean, if you don't outright own your home, you have a mortgage. Do you have a year's worth of mortgage payments in the bank to keep you solvent? I mean, it's scary. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else in council chambers? Go ahead.
Thank you. Jake Seegers. I live in the county. Just looking at some of the notes here. We have created a county and city that's a destination for homelessness and substance abuse. We've made it a path of least resistance. And we want to be compassionate. Everybody in this room wants to see folks come out of addiction and come out of homelessness and have self-sufficiency. But by making services so available that we have attracted this lifestyle and we don't enforce our policies, we're keeping these folks in the darkest place in their life, in the darkest stage of their life. You have an obligation to public safety. We heard today, Title 8, Title 9, you have an obligation to public safety and public health. You failed that. I believe that every one of you will lose the next election on this issue alone if you don't take action now. We're not waiting to figure out what shadow mandates might be coming. We need action, and that's what the community is asking for. If the city doesn't do it, the county has authority to do it through the Board of Health. RCW 7560 and RCW 7570 provides the authority and says shall for the prevention, control, and abatement of public nuisances detrimental to public health. So the Board of Health can step in even with public city-owned land if the city doesn't do it. And I'm going to be advocating for that. You guys are worried about liability, future liability. We've got propane tanks blowing up because Taffy's filling propane tanks every Friday for little buddy heaters that are not ventilated in tents. This is a public safety and liability issue for the city. We had a cantilevered structure behind Country Air for months that could have collapsed on the occupant at any time and took forever for us to get the go-ahead with 4PA to take down. We've got the structure that was on the photo today of an apartment essentially in the I-beams under the 8th Street Bridge. It's a public safety issue. It's your responsibility. We want action now, and it's a huge liability for the city as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will go online now. So we'll start with Susie Blake. And I'll get my timer ready while we wait till we can hear you.
Hello.
Hi, Susie. We can hear you. So go ahead.
Thank you. Susie Blake, Port Angeles resident. I'll try to keep this quick in this discussion that I thought was supposed to be around how we're going to address encampments and public camping and how they affect public health and safety. Regarding priority zones that come up, a request that you include the area around the 3rd Street Safeway. This is a high frequency zone. For example, the tent that's at 4th and Laurel adjacent to Safeway and near the Kogenhauer Drug House has a rotating cast of characters going in there to use drugs. There may be one particular person staying there, but it's pretty much a flop tent that's used for drug consumption with various people. There's been a pile of stuff in a tent there ongoing intermittently for months. I went back and looked through my notes and it just recurs there because it's a drug use spot. the Safeway area needs to be included as a priority zone because access to grocery stores is important. We talk about food deserts. We can acknowledge that the route to the grocery store is being impacted. And I agree that school walk zones should definitely be a priority too. I do want to say, please do consider everyone when you're talking about the situation in camping. Consider that at any given time, there are 10 to 12 transient sex offenders registered in Port Angeles who congregate and camp and pile their stuff up in critical downtown areas. Among them, one of them is a convicted rapist who raped multiple homeless women in Bellingham before he served time in prison. So, he's a danger to the other unhoused people out there. He's got a proven history of violence against young homeless women. And there he is, just commandeering a section of the sidewalk. Also, the Laurel Street stairs and the Oak Street zigzag and the bluffs around them should be considered priority areas. And I think that was all I wanted to say right now. There's a lot of other discussion, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. We'll go to Renee.
Oh, yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Go ahead, I'll start your timer.
Oh, wow, there is so much to say. The comment about the first slides by the city and how they were ordered, it was one of my initial comments as well. I feel that those slides were put together by someone who's out of touch and perhaps biased. There was a robust network of service providers. Why is this problem a problem, and why are we spending so much time on it? Again, I want to applaud the fire department. I am also against the ARC. It has stakeholders who are not trained in sensitive matters such as these. Initially, all of the presenters through the previous, not this meeting, the previous meetings are all very proud of their efforts and didn't come to the table requesting help. And I feel as though this didn't provide a clear lens maybe of the true challenges that are out there. Let's go to after the 45-minute presentation and the first speaker. One thing I don't like about this platform is it is impossible to know who's actually speaking. Therefore, I don't know who had that floor time at the very first. I believe it was Madam Mayor. I'm not sure. I want to thank you for those comments because they were all spot on without going into detail. Safe camping, safe parking, the city owns property. Let's do something with it. Let's partner with the county. Let's make things happen. Drew's comments were really heavily leaning on enforcement. As several commenters have pointed out, this is not the right direction. My written comments actually have challenged the city to pencil the costs of enforcement versus care. I don't disagree with needing to reduce impacts to staff wellness, but I believe that needs to be a part of a bigger program, which has not been, it hasn't been developed yet.
Renee, you have about 20 seconds left.
The first, second, the third speaker was Tracy, and the fifth speaker, Viola. I think they're all spot on. I think Mr. Seegers is a little out of touch. And with that, I will wrap up my comments. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And it was Latricia who was the first speaker, just so you know. All right. The last hand I have is Kelly Johnson. So we'll go to Kelly and then move on with our meeting. Oh, Kelly took her hand down. Okay. Then we will move on. I think. Hold on one second. Let me just make sure. Yes. Oh, there we go. Okay, Kelly, I see you are unmuted now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Kelly Johnson, and I am a resident of the city of Port Angeles. Your work session has now happened, and it's clear the core issue isn't being understood. The discussion circled around long-term ideas and abstract concepts, but it never addressed the reality that I do not feel safe at my home or at my business. That was completely overlooked, and that is exactly why so many of us have been trying to get across. And did you hear that in a recent podcast, Substack, that the Port of Port Angeles said they do not consider the city a good partner and that they consider 4PA their most important partner? That is sad, and it should be a wake-up call to all of you. When even major institutions in our community feel this way, something is deeply off track. We all want to help people who are truly homeless and trying to get back on their feet. That has never been the issue. The people I'm talking about are the ones who are openly using drugs, refusing services, creating crime and lawlessness in the very places that the rest of us are trying to live, work, and raise families. Camping is illegal. And what comes with unmanaged camping, the trash, the fires, the needles, the vandalism, people feeling unsafe in places that used to belong to everyone, is something that we see every single day. It is right in front of us, and it's been allowed to continue for far too long. You all know that I deal with these issues at both my home and my office. My clients deal with it too. Theft, broken windows, trespassing at their vacant homes. It is widespread, and it's affecting people across the city in very real and very costly ways. I would strongly encourage you to work directly with the county and immediately clean up and enforce illegal camping at the Health and Human Services offices, Safeway, downtown, the Waterfront Trail, Tumwater Creek, and the other areas we all know have become chronic problems. These places matter to the community, and right now they feel abandoned. And why I have not spoken to Serenity House myself, I'm aware that they have reported they have available beds and lower occupancy during certain times of the year. So the idea that we cannot enforce illegal camping because there's nowhere for people to go does not match what we're hearing. Many of these individuals causing the most harm are refusing shelter and refusing services because they don't want rules or accountability. I am also, quite frankly, tired of hearing claims that the city workers or 4PA are stealing people's belongings during cleanups. From everything I've seen and heard, they follow careful protocols and document what they do. These accusations distract from the real issue, people refusing help and choosing behavior that harms the community. I'm not asking for another framework or multi-year plan. I'm asking for action, real visible action that people can feel in their daily lives. I want to know what changes in the next few weeks and few months, what enforcement will actually happen, what tools the city will use that are already available, and who is responsible for making sure it gets done. We can keep working on housing and services, of course we should, but we cannot keep letting disorder take root while we wait for those systems to catch up. Public safety is a foundation. Without it, nothing else works.
For over a minute. Sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, we now have 2 more hands. I will take those 2 hands, and then we're going to close public comment. Jody Dotson, when you are unmuted, I will make sure we can hear you and then start your time.
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. My name's Jody Dotson. I reside in the county. I I just want to say, Port Angeles, I got here in '79 with my parents. My stepdad opened Skipper's Fish and Chips. Went to high school here, could walk down the street, never saw a homeless person, never saw open drug use like I seen some guy injecting in his arm the other day on Front and Lincoln. It's just sad what everybody like pushes it on. Oh, it's not my problem. The city said, oh, it's not my problem. County said, oh, it's not my problem. Oh, it's the public health doctor's problem. Well, it's all our problem. We're all here in the community. Even though I live in the county, I go into town to do business. Businesses don't want to live like this. They can't afford to have people pooping and pissing on the streets and people walking over them. And the time has passed. We got to take responsibility, but you need to deal with the drug issue. I had a stepdaughter that was into drugs greatly, and she didn't like living in a house. She didn't want to be in an encampment. She didn't want to be in a house because of rules. She didn't want to take responsibility to have a job. She liked being homeless. She'd go to church just to get, free stuff. So yeah, we need treatment, or they need to be in jail, or they need to move out of the county. That's my proposal. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Jody. Debbie Fusen? Sometimes it takes a minute for the unmute to work. So we'll see if we can get it to work. It looks like we may have some issues with Debbie's system. Sometimes on the back end, there's an issue, and I can't tell you exactly what that is, but I understand there was a hand in council chambers. So we'll take one more in council chambers while we see if we can get Debbie unmuted. And I realize that might mean she's unmuted. There she is. Sorry. Hold your comment for just a minute. All right. Debbie, can you hear me? Debbie, you are unmuted. If you are unmuted on our end anyway, and can make your comment now if you are connected to audio on your end. Sounds like you are there, but can't hear a voice. Let's try muting, go to the one comment in council chambers, and then try unmuting again. Oh, she's taking her hand down. Okay. All right, we'll do one last comment in council chambers and then try one more time if she wants to try again.
Thank you so much for letting me speak. I will make this very brief. My name is Jenny Appelt. I'm the Deputy Director at Clallam County Health and Human Services, and I am a resident of Port Angeles. I just want to thank the council as a whole for having these conversations and taking a deeper dive into what is occurring in our community, hearing from such diverse opinions and backgrounds. I appreciate the effort that's being taken. And with that, I also want to draw attention to the consideration of all residents in our community, and that we're basing decisions with the understanding that everybody deserves dignity and respect, especially vulnerable populations. And that one shoe doesn't fit all when we think about solutions. Solutions, I hope, will look diverse. And that a collaborative approach is always a better approach than non-collaborative. And I would urge the council to consider service providers in our community. They are the experts in our world, and I would hope that they are part of the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do not see the hand again. So we do have a second public comment period if people want to speak at that point. So I'm going to move on the agenda from public comment. Thank you all. And we will go to the consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to add to the consent agenda? Oh, Drew?
You did say add, right? Every once in a while you do it the other way
I did
around.
say add. I always think about which direction I should go. But
Okay. And half the time I end up saying the wrong thing. Anyway, to add to the consent agenda, I'd like to add J1, Water Division Material Purchase, Inventory Stock, Award and Authorize.
Any opposition to that? Okay. No opposition to that.
As well as J2, the 2026 Washington Military Department Cybersecurity Grant and Nutanix server purchase, which I do want to quickly approve and authorize, which I want to quickly point out is for those listening, that's just a new console for PenCom. It's literally just a 911 console.
All right.
I have problems with that.
Okay. So we will not add that one. Anything anyone would like to pull from consent? Okay. So I will go ahead and read the consent agenda. The minutes from March 3rd, 2026, the expenditure report from March 7th, 2026 to March 27th, 2026 in the amount of $3,479,302.88. Light Ops material purchase 3-phase transformer vaults and lids. Light Ops material purchase power poles. Small rural and tribal body worn camera grant. Night vision equipment purchase. Regional fire and EMS study professional services agreement with AP Triton. Land use agreement between Bonneville Power Administration and the City of Port Angeles. Water Division material purchase inventory stock. Any comments, questions, or a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. Who can hit their microphone first? It's like a game show up here sometimes. All right. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and it looks like I might get sun a second time. This is fun. All right. Let's continue our conversation. Well, let me just gauge really quickly. Does anyone have significant conversation to have around the strategic plan? Strategic plan, that's the next item on the agenda. I'm thinking we have a lot of people here for probably a particular item that we could move up. But if we could do strategic plan quickly, we could just get it out of the way. I'm going to hold on that.
I was going to say, doesn't strategic plan have camping encampment?
A little bit, but I think I mean, there's a line that has been some discussion about where it wants to live, where people want it to live. So I will go ahead and I'm going to rearrange the agenda slightly and move us to I1, since I think that is likely the primary reason that most folks are here. And we'll continue the conversation we were having during the work session. And I think we will just pick up where we left off for starters, which is Navarra will finish her comments and then I will comment, and then we can see where we are and how much more discussion we need. Go ahead, Navarra.
Okay. So I have taken a number of notes. I think some of the things that I've been thinking about, particularly on my drives to and from work, is really, where I'm coming from in this discussion. And I think that's important as we move forward. 10 years ago this year, I got a job working at a homelessness service provider, an outreach center. And at the time, I was living in my hometown in Humboldt County, California, and the city next to ours, the county seat, sort of the Port Angeles of the community. Their city council was talking about whether or not they needed to declare a shelter crisis, because in California at the time, cities were, there was some preemption issues and cities were unable to legalize sanctioned encampments without first passing a shelter crisis or declaring one, which seems sort of ludicrous now in hindsight, but that was 10 years ago. And I remember sitting and speaking to city council about the issues of housing and homelessness. And it was the first time that I, as an adult, I was about 22 years old, was actually talking to city council, right? And now here I am 10 years later, in a position to make actual lasting change that has a positive impact on, again, the most vulnerable residents of our community, our friends and neighbors, the people who are struggling the most. And I think that's a place of immense privilege. It's the reason I started thinking about running for office. It's the work I have done largely for the last 10 years. And it's something that I'm fairly proud of being able to work on. And I think it's worth saying that, right? That's where I'm coming from doing work in another place, seeing the challenges as a nonprofit service provider, and particularly seeing the barriers that cities and counties artificially create as ways to sort of, I think, stop progress on these issues. I think we heard that in great detail from the partners at the United Methodist Church, talking about the immense barriers that they faced from the city regulatory process and how we could be working on fixing that. And so I think that's something we too can work on fixing. And I don't think that those were malicious barriers. I want to be clear. I don't think anything that our staff does is malicious. I remember being in the conversations years ago about how to have sanctioned parking or tiny shelter villages on religious institutions' properties. Like, I remember that conversation. I was there for it. I helped pass that legislation, right? And now we know all these years later, we could have done that better. And I think we should work on that to be doing that better. And I think where largely most of my policy positions come from is in an effort to reduce barriers. And I understand that, as Viola said earlier, there are places where, having high barriers, is valuable, right? I think having a diversity of different services and places for people to go is really valuable, even in a small community like ours. The safe parking that I have seen be successful on church grounds is for women and children. Like, just to be honest with folks, right? Like, that has wild success. But I think, as has been mentioned, there also is a great need for sanctioned encampments that are run by other nonprofits or cities or counties that are low barrier. And I think other members of the community at public comment spoke to that both tonight and in the past. I think Joyce mentioned some of those issues, particularly around cars and not having the title. And so I think it's worth being able to think about those kinds of issues that come up when we're thinking about what are going to be some of our solutions to these problems. I think in having some of these conversations, what has really, as a visual learner, what's become clear to me is that this is really a spectrum, right? And so we have, somebody who is owning their own home, paid off their mortgage, is never going to be able, never has to leave that home on one end of the spectrum. And somebody who isn't going to be able to follow the rules in any kind of managed encampment on the other. And our community is going to have space for all of those people. We just cannot criminalize our way out of this issue. It is ineffective. It has been proven time and time again not to work. And so I am unsupportive of any issues that continue down a criminalization path without providing the understanding and the framework that we need to have a space for everybody. With that, I am also in favor of having managed sanctioned encampments in some capacity. I actually was in conversations with Jenny, I think back in 2022 when Mike French was still on the council, about ways that the city and the county could potentially partner. That was obviously 4 years ago. The city has not moved forward in that space yet. That's okay, right? We're talking about it now publicly. I think that's really valuable. But I also think it's time. I know other council members have been able to take, tours of managed encampments that other cities have had success at. And I think the key is sort of the management piece, however that looks like, either through the camp host model, which had some success over in Jefferson County, or other encampments like are being used at the shelter I used to work at, have those security cameras, those like tall universal security cameras. And so I think, now it's in my eyes, thanks. But just to say that I think there are some successful models that we can use as we move forward to think about having a place where there are some rules that can still be low barrier. Additionally, I think while other council members have mentioned that these are short-term solutions, I actually invite us to think about them as long-term solutions. Because as I mentioned, when the city of Eureka was declaring a shelter crisis 10 years ago, what happened was they allowed a sanctioned encampment of tents, a tent encampment, on a city parking lot. That was right outside of where they gave out EBT cards. So like, great, right? Right next to services, really close to everything. Except that what happened was, first, it wasn't managed and it was an unmitigated disaster. And then second, eventually, because it was such an unmitigated disaster, the city had to end that encampment, and then those people were shuffled along and then they had nowhere to go, right? And so I think it's valuable for us to be able to think about, we are not going to be able to have, I think, first, the volume of managed encampments to address the needs of all the unhoused in the community. I think that's a very difficult task, while also saying, if this project ends in a year from now or 5 years from now, those people they're still homeless, so they're still going to be on the streets. And so I think when we are contemplating what a project for us looks like, we need to recognize that if the funding for that ends, or for some reason the property gets sold or what have you, those people, it's not like they exited to housing, they're still homeless. And that doesn't mean I'm not supportive. I just want us to think sort of about the long-term view here. I also think there's a difference between tent encampments and like safe parking for people with RVs or other kinds of vehicles. I know we've heard, we get emails, we hear from people at public comment that RVs are a huge issue in our community on the streets. And so there's also a difference between somebody sleeping in their car and also somebody who owns an RV, right? So I think, again, there's a spectrum of different kinds of encampments. And I think it's worth thinking about, do all of those different kinds of living arrangements belong in the same place? Personally, I'm not sure that's true, but I could be convinced. And I think when I've had these conversations with folks in the past, it's essentially a universally supported idea, right? We should have a safe place for people to park, a safe place for people to sleep, right? And then the question, as staff have very appropriately raised, is where is it going to go? And nobody wants it in their backyard, not a single person. And when people say put it out by Serenity House, I'm going to just tell you that nobody wants it there either. Those residents who already are the neighbors of Serenity House, they do not want the managed safe camping area there either. And so, and I think it's worth mentioning, right? When we're having these conversations, this is going to be in somebody's backyard. It just will be, whether or not it's in a resident's backyard or a business's backyard. There is limited availability in this community. I think, as I think Drew mentioned, right, having this be connected to services on a bus line, all that stuff, super valuable. I totally agree. I also think we can work with our county partners about looking at and encouraging them to develop similar kinds of safe parking out by Walmart, the food bank, Dollar Tree, that kind of area. Not looking at anybody, but just saying that I think we can be collaborative in these efforts, especially if we were to work on, say, a safe tent space, right? Maybe the county is working on safe RV site. I think we can be in partnership together on these. And as I've said, I think the management element is key. That obviously costs money. And I think I think actually it's incumbent on the county to fund. I would be willing to consider looking at funding some of our nonprofit partners to be able to run that, because I do not believe it's in the purview of the city to actually manage the encampment, though I think we can certainly try to provide land or help to convene what are some underutilized properties in the community. Additionally, I really appreciated the idea about having some level of a website where people can go to learn about resources, and I think particularly for homelessness that does really live with the county. I think that's super valuable. I'd also add that having a housing resource page on the website, I think is also valuable. And I think this is a place where some potential duplication of that service of, if somebody is moving to Port Angeles or is is evicted and needs a place to live, that they have a place, sort of a one-stop shop to be able to find that information. And I think it's okay, especially if that just is links to available, housing units or services. I think that could be valuable and will certainly take staff time up front, but hopefully would not be a huge burden to consistently update if it's just links to those particular spaces. I also wanted to mention that something we've heard again and again in these conversations is that if folks are going to treatment, they're exiting out of treatment onto the streets because there's nowhere for them to go, right? And I think, as many people have mentioned, the challenge is that if we are banning people from being in certain areas or restricting camping or restricting people from being able to be on the sidewalk or what have you, what that creates is criminalization. And we're creating systems that make it very difficult for people to be able to find housing in the future because they'll have criminal records. Additionally, I think we really, I really appreciate the conversation about safe parking. Again, I think it's time. But I also really believe that the city, we just have to build housing faster, and it has to be permanent supported housing and affordable housing, in addition to all the other kinds of housing that we need. For years, I've been trying to pitch in affordable housing, like senior housing development to folks. So I'm pitching it again. But just to say that unless we have the housing for people to go into, they will continue to be homeless because there's just no housing stock, right? We have heard again and again, we had a couple of gentlemen speak to us as a part of one of the presentations, talked about the immense barriers that they faced finding places to live. One of them, right, had these challenges because he was part of a couple and nobody would rent to him, right? I mean, like it is as a renter, right, and somebody who goes through this, thankfully haven't had to in a while, but it is such a horrible, horrible burden to have to go through and have to pay every time you're applying to these places, right? Anyhow, I could go on. The point being that we have to be building more housing. And I know that I'm very proud of our efforts collaboratively with staff on working on trying to be creative around increasing affordable housing, increasing the density of housing. But it's also just frankly not, unfortunately for us, not happening fast enough. I was very delighted to hear about the update for the housing pilot project that we're doing. I'm very excited for that. I think that will certainly be one potential avenue for support to help alleviate that. But we're also going to need hundreds of more units today. We need hundreds of more units today and in just the city of Port Angeles alone. And so I think we also need to work on figuring out how we are going to do that, because we're going to continue to have this problem as long as we don't have the housing availability for people to exit into. Right, that's the reason why folks are homeless, and there's substantial data around the Housing First model that shows that it is very successful when people have a place to live that helps them get into a lot of other services, including treatment, and then when they exit treatment, they have a safe place to live. More likely to be successful. With that. We should work and advocate to the county. And I think we as a city should have a definition on what permanent supported housing means and is in the city of Port Angeles, regardless of whether or not we are the entity that is funding and building affordable permanent supported housing. I think it's become clear to me through some conversations with service providers that that is a definition that is a little nebulous in our community, and that some agencies have dedicated peer support or case managers who are working with those folks all the time, right? They're going out to folks' houses, helping people develop the skills to be able to maintain the housing they live in, right? When I was working in homeless services, there were some times, like we had a case manager who would go and we had a gentleman who he was so used to peeing in bottles that he couldn't use the toilet like that anymore. So part of the education was like cleaning out bottles of pee, you know? And like, that's just the reality of it sometimes, right? Helping people live in those spaces again. And so I think a big part of this is making sure that the folks who are exiting, and this certainly isn't for everybody, but many of the people who have been chronically homeless have the supports they need to be successful, so that when they're in their apartment or housing unit for the first time in perhaps many years, that they have somebody who's going to be hand-holding a little bit to make sure that they're not going to destroy the unit, that they're learning those skills again, that they've got somebody looking out for them during that time. And I'm not sure that every agency who purports to be doing permanent supportive housing actually is using a model that I would have thought would constitute permanent supportive housing. And so I think it's worth having a shared definition of those terms. And kind of where I'm going with this kind of lastly is that, as I think many people have mentioned, the county really has a lot of the funding and has been given the authority by the federal government and the state of Washington to administer homelessness-related funding. And one of the proposals that I have is that the Consolidated Homelessness Grant and the administration of the HMIS system is done by Serenity House, a nonprofit that also receives funding. And this can provide some challenges when there are disagreements between service providers, particularly among the way that folks are being counted or that programs are being assessed under that project management. And I think it's worthwhile asking the county to revisit who is administering those funds. Personally, I believe it should not be a nonprofit receiving the funding. It should be the county. If the county is unwilling to accept that responsibility, which has been granted to them by the government, then I think it's worthwhile for us to think about whether or not that new position that we have at the city level could potentially help work with that a little bit. I know that there is funding through the Consolidated Homelessness Grant to be doing that work. And so my proposal isn't that the city just does something without funding. It is that we receive that funding if the county neglects to take back their responsibility. The last proposal I want to make is that through the state budget and based on, I think, external factors, there is increasingly a healthcare shortage in our community, particularly around behavioral healthcare needs. And what I think this is going to lead to, and in conversations with other service providers, it's their assessment as well that there is going to be an increased need for behavioral healthcare services that might have been funded in the past that are no longer going to be funded due to state budget cuts. For years, I have suggested that the city of Port Angeles look at some creative solutions to working with specific behavioral health 911 calls that are not crimes, but are specifically behavioral health related. And we have worked, I think, very well and very collaboratively, which I'm very proud of. I think we have been a leader. It's also eternally frustrating when other programs purport themselves to be the first, when I know that we're the first. So I'm just saying, I'm very proud of the work that we've done, particularly with our police and fire, and specifically with rediscovery and the community paramedic programs, doing a lot of support to alleviate these kinds of challenges. I think it is time for us to consider looking at a non-co-response model. I've learned in the last week that Olympic Peninsula Community Clinic, OPCC, has staff members who have been radio trained through the city of Port Angeles. And that if we wanted to go in that direction, there is the potential for a response unit to be dispatched to behavioral health calls without that law enforcement presence. I have looked at a few different options that in the state of Washington that do this. Mostly, I will say they're in King County, which, you know, is what it is. But Sound Behavioral Health has a program like this, as does an organization called DESC, who the hell knows what that stands for. But just to say that there are models that we could be partnering, I think, with folks who are already radio trained to be able to respond, try to get folks connected into behavioral health care while freeing up some of those police resources and even potentially some of the community paramedic resources as well. Though I would also like to consider how to expand those programs. I think, as I said, when rediscovery was taken back over by the county, or taken over, it wasn't back over, taken over by the county, that it was time for us to think about what is going to be the next creative solution to sort of these public safety challenges. And I think, as many folks tonight have talked about, wanting a compassionate response for folks who are experiencing solely a behavioral health crisis without committing a crime, right? Like yelling while walking down the street. It's distressing to, I think, anybody witnessing that and also the person experiencing that. But that isn't a crime unless we're looking under our nuisance laws, which then it is criminalized. And so I think it's time for us to take a broad approach. And this, I think, is where we can have a pilot project and really identify whether something like this could work in Port Angeles for the long term, or whether or not it could be a short-term solution while we work on some of these other issues.
All right. I don't have quite as much to say, I don't think, but so appreciate the comments from other council members. And I think I will just say that I certainly am still of the mind that the housing first model has been proven over and over again to work well. In order for that to work, there has to be housing. So I would agree with the idea of evaluating our current code to make sure that we are like, I mean, we're doing this whole code work anyway. I think we've touched some of this relatively recently, but the fact that it still says shall means we probably haven't, since I think we've been trying to get away from that. So looking at whether it encompasses current best practices or is the approach that we really want to take. I know that's a big project, but just taking a look at what some other cities are doing might be useful. I am certainly, so I don't think I need to get into the weeds on each answer. I just want to say I am in support of a variety of, or whatever that looks like, sanctioned encampments, safe parking. I think, as Navarra mentioned, there are cities in Washington that have done really creative, really successful models. And so I would be interested, I would be interested in hearing from those cities or learning more about what those cities did that made them work, because there certainly have been examples that have not worked well. And I really appreciate the focus on making sure that people have access to their belongings. So I know I've talked with other people, including now Councilmember Miller, who wasn't a council member at the time, about where people are supposed to store their things. And I just want to reference a couple of examples that I have seen that I thought worked well. So my parents live in Seattle part-time, and their church hosts with it. There's a nonprofit that does winter shelter. And so they use host churches for that. And the church commits to providing meals and the space. And they come in, they bring a pod with them, and it's full of giant Rubbermaid bins. And when you show up to check into the shelter, you get to put your things in a Rubbermaid bin. It goes in the pod and it gets locked up overnight. So you can sleep knowing that your belongings are secure, and they don't take up space, and they can fit more beds in the church because people aren't bringing all of their items in. So I think thinking about what that looks like in an encampment situation, and obviously that's a detail that we couldn't get to when we talk about it. I do think it's really important that we approach this with compassion while also balancing the needs of the whole community. I don't think it is fiscally, like I listened to the calls last summer, how many times, so as you all probably know who are here, I listened to the scanner quite a bit. And there were so many calls last summer for, I see smoke under the bridge, under the Tumwater Bridge. And every single time we have to send the fire department. And I know what it is. And the fire department probably knows what it is, but it did get out of control at least once last summer. And so I also think I have to consider as a council member, am I making decisions that are fiscally responsible for the city? And that doesn't feel fiscally responsible. And if we're spending if we quantified each one of those calls, could we put that money into a compassionate response that is better for everybody? That's not my funding model, by the way, but I do think it's an important consideration. What is the cost? And not necessarily just to us. I mean, obviously, the trash costs we're offsetting, but I think there's just that balance that I want to make sure that we are considering everybody. And yes, some people are more vulnerable and need more support. And so I want to provide that while also ensuring that we are considering the health, safety, and welfare of everybody. And I think the piece I just want to share also that sticks with me when I think about how we approach situations like encampments is a story I read from a nonprofit that works with the unhoused in Seattle, a story of, it was around the Cal Anderson Park encampment that had been allowed for quite a long time. And then the city decided it was time to move it along. So they posted, as we do, 48-hour notice to clear your stuff. Once the clearing by the city starts, no one will be allowed inside the encampment. But there was a woman who was hospitalized for whom that was her home. And the clearing started while she was in the hospital. She got out of the hospital, went back to the park, And the only picture of her child that she had, whom she will never see again, was in her tent. And now she doesn't have that. And that's not okay with me. Sorry, I didn't think I would get emotional about that. But so I think we really have an obligation to work with our partners to ensure that we're not doing that to anybody, while also making sure that people feel comfortable going downtown and that it's safe to be on the Olympic Discovery Trail. And I feel safe in those situations, but I don't get to decide whether other people feel safe. And we have heard from people that they don't. And so I guess that's all to say, longer than I thought. I would support a motion tonight to ask staff to, I think people probably have some motion ideas, but certainly would support a motion to ask staff to bring back for us or a presentation or I know it's going to feel for people like we're just going to work it to death, but I think we need to do it right and thoughtfully. So hearing how other cities have done it, so we're not reinventing the wheel where people have been successful, makes a lot of sense to me. Would love to hear, Vancouver did a great job. They also brought in some like pop-up shelters that I think are superior to tents, short of a tiny home. They're not stick-built structures, but I think we could consider something along those lines too. And I'm hoping that included in that would be some recommendations from staff about what funding sources might be available. And I recognize that if we decide to do that and we're going to pay for some of it, we probably need to decide what we're not going to be paying for. So would be okay with some recommendations for reprioritization if that's necessary. Though I think we may have access to some, we might be able to reach out. And certainly if ARC continues, I don't have super strong feelings one way or the other, but would love to see it maybe shift the focus to what would this look like and doing some more of that work. And would like to see them include a county commissioner as a partnership opportunity and potentially some stakeholders as well. And I will stop there. And I know lots of people did not get time. So I'm going to go back to Amy and John first, who I made be the quickest.
Thanks. John, do you mind if I?
Go right ahead.
I'm gonna rock, paper, scissors for it? Okay. Thanks. First, I just thrilled we're having this conversation in public. I'm going to try to appropriately move us to action. I am not a great politician. So I think I have 3 action items, and I'll just start with where I think we've all sort of gotten to in our own words. So I'll make my motion, and then if you give me an opportunity, I'll speak to it briefly. So I move to direct the city manager to establish a temporary task force to address managed sheltering and report back to this council within 30 days. Progress report, not that everything needs to be solved by 30 days. Further, the committee's primary mission, maybe this is more about speaking to my motion then. So I move to direct a city manager to establish a temporary task force to address managed sheltering and report back to this council within 30 days.
Can I make a quick Go ahead.
Second.
Okay. I do really quickly. I would just suggest an amendment to change the language to an ad hoc committee, just because it's consistent with the language that we use for other temporary pulling together. Would that be more? I mean, I don't know that it really matters, but do you guys care?
Task force felt really more strong.
That's true. It's true.
I don't care what
ad hoc's supposed to end at some point though. So, well, that's fine. I don't need to amend. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing and what I've heard in my interviews and my outreach and the presentations is that where I think we can start and just kind of shore up is to establish our clear data-driven roadmap that balances the need for managed sheltering with the protection of our business district and natural ecosystems. So that's where this is coming from. I think we need to establish a working group to identify the the how, where, and how much all of this takes into place. I think we on council, we can probably spend months talking about this, and I don't think it's our responsibility to evaluate and assess all the different communities and all the different options. I think we can hire folks to do that heavy lift, and we can come back to making policy decisions. So in what I'd like to see, if this gets supported, is the committee like having a pretty clear work plan or mission to deliver a feasibility report for us that can identify between 3 and 5 viable land parcels for managed safe parking and or permitted camping. And I'd like to just take 2 seconds to address the language that I'm choosing is purposeful. I don't want to support a sanctioned encampment. I don't see encampments as being very successful, no matter how you are defining success for the people who are living in those encampments and for the people around those encampments. I would like us to look more, I would like this group to investigate more about what it would look like if the city said, you can't camp here without a permit. Here's how you can get a permit, and here's what that gets you. And so ideally, right, what that would look like perhaps could be there are 1 or 2 spots on this church parking lot that you can get a permit for, 1 or 2 spots in this city park where you can get a permit to park. I think there's going to be pros and cons to all of that, but a sanctioned encampment, I don't think, I don't want to support that. So I'm using the language purposefully and saying and permitted camping. This group should be tasked with giving us information on precise setup and operational costs for the city, specifically where the city serves as a property owner and a utility provider, not the monitoring or service group. And part of this is, coming back with a list of appropriate and also interested regional service partners to manage those site operations. And I'm emphasizing that on purpose because I know like Salvation Army is not interested at this time to partner in that way. That is pretty clear. There are some others that have verbalized some desire to partner. I won't call them out yet. So that's where I'm coming from. I think this ad hoc committee or task force, or if we get there, whatever we call it, should consist of representatives from the business community, waterfront district, social service provider, a neighborhood liaison. I don't know exactly what that might look like. So that would be the staff. I guess would have to decide that. Environmental advocates. Again, I'm not an expert on what damage is actually being caused in those environments and how to fix it. So I think somebody who knows those things should be on this task force. Community safety advocate. And I think from the city, I would like to see us dedicate the staff who originally were on the ARC team. So legal, planning, public works, public safety, I think all should have a say in this, but not as voting members. I think they are advisory only, giving the data that task force, that ad hoc committee is asking for so that they can make their decisions. And despite the fact that I really have control issues about this, I don't think city council should be on this ad hoc meeting either. I think we should let the research and the data and the recommendations come to us, and we act as the policy makers on that one. So I think I spoke to it and hopefully kept it simple enough.
Okay. I'll go to Mark, Navarra, Latricia. Oh, are you just blocking the sun? Convenient double. Okay. Just want to keep track of who I need to call on.
Gathering more data and getting more stakeholders involved is always a good idea. I just want to make sure that we don't leave here today with a punt, so to speak. So, and I know that you have introduced this motion. That doesn't mean that is the last motion of the evening. I am curious, in the ad hoc committee's makeup, there was not a unhoused or formerly unhoused member. Is that something you'd be open to, or was that an omission for a reason?
100% open to that. I think if we could pay them as a consultant, I think that makes the most sense. In other groups, also the social service provider acted as the liaison in case we don't get regular attendance.
I think, and I agree with that. I just think that if there is a voting process, that somebody from that community should have at least one vote in that. But understand that availability and things like that are an issue.
Drew, I've got you down, but we'll go to Navarra and then Latricia, then Drew.
Gotcha. I'm not going to support the motion. I think we have heard over the last 3 or 4 meetings from, I think, 13 or 14 providers, staff did say, about what the needs were. They were recapped for us tonight and what's being asked. I think I have had some deep challenges with the way that the ARC team was put together, which I think is our bad as council. So I'll take responsibility for that. And part of that is that we heard 14 different ideas about what ways to move forward. And I think it is, I think first, like, there are so many task forces that meet mainly through the county where these same service providers are being asked to provide input. They do provide input quarterly, monthly, what have you. I also think we just asked them to provide us with input, and we heard from them. I think I appreciate the short time period for this. I also support having a proposal come back to us in 30 days. But I think just as our staff have done in prior code updates and proposals, I'm thinking about some of the changes to the building codes in particular. What has happened is that staff has drafted a code internally, having heard direction of city council and having heard from 13 or 14 service providers, being able to take that input and draft a code, which I think they're more than capable of doing. And then sending that code out before it comes to council for review by those service providers. We have done this again and again through our community stakeholders, again, particularly with the building community, though I'm sure more of them, more diverse groups than that, that just comes to mind. And I think that has been wildly successful, where people get the input, they aren't asked to come to a million more meetings. And I think that it's incumbent on us to provide, as council members who are elected to provide the policy direction for the city, to provide policy direction to city, and then ask for that to come back with the input. And I think those key stakeholders can include the folks that Amy mentioned, and with the addition of the unhoused community, though I'm also fairly confident that many of those nonprofit partners who we heard from over the last few months, if not all of them, work with that same community and could be part of the liaison to helping with that as well. And so I think if we're going to ask for key stakeholders to be a part of this, we need to be very clear on who. Is it one person from the social services? Because from where I'm sitting, there were 14 very different views, and I would like all of them to have the opportunity, at the very least, to be involved in these discussions. I also don't think it's appropriate to have policy conversations happen without buy-in and input from the city, as again, that is our responsibility, and I don't believe we should abdicate it.
I will go to Latricia.
Well, I do agree that action is necessary. I do agree that we've had 14 different presentations. We've had our input today, each individually. I think one thing that we did all agree on in some fashion, which now understanding Councilmember Miller's, the way I'm understanding it is your definition of you would prefer managed sheltering versus sanctioned camping, parking spots. And I think I'm more of, I think yours could be incorporated into sanctioned in camping, where if an entity would like to get a permit to permit 2 parking spots in theirs, working with the city and to allow camping. But we also, if I recall, we had a process where churches could submit an application. And that might be similar to what maybe could be considered managed sheltering in a way. Just thinking out loud here, trying to connect the dots of what we've done in the past. But it seems like there is a larger support for the sanctions. And even from what we've heard is people need just a safe place and stuff. And I think that we have plenty of spots in the city of Port Angeles. I like this idea of a task force, how to develop it, but I think we've had a lot of ideas even amongst ourselves. What can we incorporate? How can we do it? But I think one of the things that we need to address first is we got to put, we have to update the policies to allow for that. Like I said, our current code is, it is not stabilizing when it comes to camping. It just doesn't allow it. So we need to update that code. And I think our staff are very capable of figuring that out. And I think that we need to update that code so that we can move forward with these ideas that we've talked about to implement. And I think that can happen hand in hand. I mean, side by side. You don't have to, they can both be happening at the same time. So you're not waiting for this to be done before you implement something else. I'm not supportive of a task force, but I think we need to incorporate and like I think, Amy, I really think that your experience and knowledge, you bring a lot to this table. And I respect you when your hard work that you've done and stuff. So like I said, I don't think that it's a non-starter for me, but I still would like to see that we incorporate some form, or maybe this task force says, this is the path forward. This is the roadmap from what we've taken that has been out here. But I think we need to work on the policy. So I think any action needs to have our direct staff to update our policies to incorporate our long-term vision, or our vision that we'd like to see to address this. So I don't know. I'm kind of up in the air. I don't know if I can support it or not. I don't know if we need another work session or discussion to figure out where we're going to go. So that's my input.
We'll go to Drew.
Okay, so first I want to point out where I'm sitting at, generally speaking, and then specifically the motion on the table, because it is germane to that conversation. So first off, some people have heard me latch on to enforcement. Others have heard me latch on to open camping. Those are both sides of the same coin. So whichever one you are more passionate about, feel free to listen to that section. But
don't forget that I'm actually mentioning both. So as far as municipal code and enforcement goes, I hope to address that at a separate motion that if not someone else, then I will make in reference to that. But I want to make sure during this conversation that others are aware that I have not forgot that municipal code and changes to that code are part of this equation. But right this second, the motion on the table is related to camping. I recognize Amy used very specific language. I kind of sort of missed it. So I'm going to use all the terms interchangeably, and I apologize. But I recognize that you chose your words very specifically, and I also understand why you chose it. So I caught the why. I just don't remember which ones you actually specifically used. Can I hear the specific motion as we currently have it right now, please?
I move to direct the city manager to establish a temporary ad hoc committee to address managed sheltering and report back to this council within 30 days.
Okay, so I was going to see if I can make an amendment that would basically turn that into direct staff to bring back a recommendation on what to do and cut out the committee. I'm not against the committee. I do feel like that is a little bit of, unfortunately, punting it again. We've just had 2 months of basically feedback from every service provider in town. And so I think between that and us discussing it during our work session and during our regular meeting, staff should theoretically have a pretty good idea of where we're all sitting at, to the point of being able to put something together to show us. And then provide ample time for feedback from service providers and people with lived experiences and things of that nature. So I don't want to bypass and cut things out. I saw Amy had her hand up, so she probably wants to address something I said. Before I forget it, because I didn't write it down, however, in this case, I don't support paying someone with lived experience for the task force because to the best of my knowledge, none of our committees, commissions, boards, ad hocs, or anything else have any paid employees other than actual city staff. So I'm not against the idea of having some sort of consultant or some other position that could be, but for the purpose of if there is a task force, I don't support that specifically.
Do you want to address it?
Yes, first, thanks for acknowledging my careful choice. Also, it sounds like if Drew is prepared to make that motion, I would like to withdraw mine.
We can do that.
That's not the motion I had written up. My motion was written up for city code.
Right.
If you give me a second, continue to talk, I can make a motion that.
Well, I guess basically said you direct staff to bring back a proposal for.
Proposal related to managed, what was the term specifically?
Perhaps Drew could move to direct the city manager to establish or to prepare a presentation or recommendation to council to address managed sheltering and report back to council within 30 days.
So our city clerk doesn't get very aggravated. I will second Amy's motion that she just made.
Okay.
I move to amend.
Point of order.
Go ahead. State your point.
Been lost, and we've got a motion on the table and a second discussion. And is this an amendment to the motion?
No.
Okay.
Amy withdrew her motion.
But that requires a second, I thought. It does not. If it does not require a second, then
it doesn't. She made the motion. She can withdraw it. Okay. So we have a withdrawn motion and a new motion, which is going to be repeated to me so I can write it down so I can repeat it before, if we get to a vote on it. Direct the city manager to bring back a proposal for, state your term.
I had used managed sheltering.
Thank you. That's a good one. Managed sheltering. For council consideration. Can I propose never mind. You said did you say within 30 days?
Yes, unless it's way easier to say what first council meeting of May.
It is.
Because that's approximately 30 days. Because we don't have a meeting that's necessarily in exactly 30 days.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. The motion was made by Amy, seconded by Drew. So direct the city manager.
Motion to amend.
Okay, hold on one second. For the clerk, the main motion is direct the city manager to bring back a proposal for managed sheltering for council consideration at the first meeting of May. Made by Amy, seconded by Drew. And now we have a proposed amendment from Latricia. Go ahead.
I make the motion to amend to be inclusive of sanctioned encampments and parking. I think the term managed sheltering, Amy had it very narrowly defined, unless you want to better define your managed sheltering.
I appreciate you asking. That was really just my ideas behind it, not really what I was directing. So I'm cool with adding the amendment if you want to. Yeah.
Second.
Okay. So we have a proposed amendment to include sanctioned encampment options for sanctioned encampments and safe parking. Do I understand your amendment correctly? And a second. So proposed amendment made by Latricia, seconded by Mark, adding language, include option for sanctioned encampments and safe parking. All right. So we have a proposed amendment. Should we vote on that? All right. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to the main motion, which is add the language, include options for sanctioned encampments and safe parking, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes unanimously. John, did you vote? Yes, you did. Okay, good. I just didn't see you. I figured, but just, I want to be safe. Okay, so we now have an amended main motion. Do we have?
At least we can all laugh.
Do you need a clarification, clerk?
My apologies.
Mayor, I asked for clarification on the date that was incorporated in the motion, which is significant to myself and staff. Of course.
Okay, thank you. We could certainly consider an additional amendment. Can you speak to your? Sorry, that's very formal. Why don't you let us know what? I mean, it's very soon, but.
So council, I think it's extremely imperative that we move forward with some action. I think we've heard loudly from the community how important that is. And for that reason, we obviously want to make this a priority. We want to get a product before council as quickly as possible. We're absolutely willing to do that. We're also juggling criminal justice negotiations, which are happening at the same time. I would encourage just second meeting in May would be appreciated.
I will speak to that really quickly, if I may. As you know, have been assigned to that, those negotiations, and we have a meeting every week this month. So I can attest to the amount of work the staff is putting in on that. Would you like to amend your amendment?
I move to amend the motion to have a deadline of the second meeting in May.
Second.
Anyone opposed to the proposed amendment to change from the first meeting of May to the second meeting of May, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, so do we need to keep talking? Should we try a vote? You would like to speak to the motion?
Well, no, and then we can just vote on that.
No.
I want.
Okay, very good. So we have now an amended main motion to direct the city manager to bring back a proposal for managed sheltering, including options for sanctioned encampments and safe parking for council consideration at the second meeting of May. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. All right. Well, that was all from Amy having the floor. before we went to John. Do you feel done for the moment? Do you want to go to John?
Thank you for asking. I do have more action I wanted to take, but I also yield my turn now.
Okay. Very good. Actually, John, I don't want to keep putting you off, but if we could take a 5-minute break and then come back and hear from you, I would love to do that. Thank you.
When you're in the seat, John,
Sorry.
in there.
John, can you just sit up in the chair?
I know it's warm in here, but we gotta come back in and get started again.
That's why I do this in the chair.
All right. So we left waiting to hear from John. Go ahead, John.
So I'm hoping I can be granted a little bit of leeway because I got 8 divided by 3 minutes earlier. So I'm hoping maybe I can, hopefully that's okay. So I just have some things I want to say, and I want to propose some things. So this is what I was going to say earlier, but I didn't get to. So tonight's an opportunity for us to move from a reactive posture to a systemic one. Our strategic plan and housing action plan already provide a thoughtful mandate for us to optimize our resources and strengthen our community's resilience. Over the last weeks, I've listened to residents across the spectrum on this very personal issue. I've heard from neighbors and local business owners who are concerned about their daily functionality and comfort of their shared spaces. At the same time, we've heard from dedicated providers who remind us progress is only possible when we provide clear, dignified path towards permanent housing. So I've been doing a lot of research. I've been thinking about this very heavily, and I didn't get a chance earlier to put some proposals I had, so I want to say them now, and then I want to make a motion. I hope that's okay. It's like I'm speaking, yeah. Okay. Drew will set me straight if I go astray. All right, so I really think it's important that we have timelines to these things, so I appreciate the previous motion about the meeting in May. I think that's important. So I would like to propose an analysis on a public-facing standard operating procedure for how we respond to encampments or any sort of nuisance. I think we need to have actions that are predictable and transparent for anyone, no matter where they are and their status of housing. I think we need to also report on how we can better utilize our code, especially in areas that are sensitive, like businesses, school walk zones, and watersheds. As somebody mentioned earlier, erosion is hard to, it's expensive to correct, and I think we need to talk about that as part of this. I would like to explore the possibility of having a more direct voice in regional funding, like the 590 sales tax and document recording fees at the county level. So I think having some sort of MOU or ILA with the county about that is important, because most of the stuff we see as a result of this happens in our city. I would like to also look at a dashboard that shows the process of how funds are spent and where they're going. I feel like our taxpayers deserve some transparency about progress in real time. Like everyone else, I think a safe parking pilot is great. And that's why I like the last motion. But I also think we need to come up with a clear plan on how we're going to implement our step housing model that we've already identified in our housing action plan. It's there. It's time to make steps to actually make that a reality. And then I would also like to look at the other end of the spectrum is housing. We've talked about today that housing is an issue, right? We can't give people a place to live if there isn't any places to live. So I would like to look at, in terms of what the city can control, I would like to look at our NICE grants and how we can include waiver fees for installation of particular certain utility infrastructure that is sometimes a barrier to building affordable housing. Anything we can do as the United Methodist Church in town mentioned to make that easier, those constructions of tiny homes or shelters, affordable housing units, we need to make sure we do everything we can to include those and make those a reality. The last thing I say, and I gotta say that, but I think it's a chance to articulate this. I feel like in terms of the ARC team, I feel like we could really benefit from just stepping back and looking at it from a different view. I think we need to revision it if we have it as something more of a stability coordination team. I want to bring people to the table to ensure that we are not only managing our spaces, but we're also finding ways to help those who need that transition to get that help they need. As we heard from community members, that there's lots of gaps and it's a full-time job, as somebody said, I think Navarra said. One of our community members said to find a, I want to make sure my words are here, to go through all the hoops to jump through just to get to programs that they can qualify for. So with that being said, I have two motions, but I'll just do one right now. We can talk about it and then let people have their turn. Then I'll come back around to my second one. Because Amy was so gracious to give me her some more time. So I move to direct staff to report back to council by the second meeting in May, the analysis and implementation of a public-facing standard operating procedure for encampment response that assures any action taken by the city is predictable and transparent.
Second.
Would you mind emailing that?
I would love to do that.
Me so I can repeat it correctly, please.
I would love to do that.
If you want to CC the clerk on it so she also has the language, that would be great.
Absolutely.
You might as well use technology in ways that are useful.
Can you repeat
My
it?
computer for a reason.
Okay, so anyone, Navarra, go ahead. And then Drew.
I'm going to speak, and then I also have a question to staff. I really agree with what John talked about. I think it's valuable to have, I think one of the things that was valuable about the staff presentation tonight is that so many functions that staff do just, magically happen, right? And we don't necessarily, and the public doesn't necessarily know exactly how all of those different systems work. Something my partner reminds me of all the time. And so I think it is really valuable for people to know all of the things that were just shared and potentially more, right? Like, when do we call an organization to help with cleanup efforts, right? At what point does that happen? At what point are those, how are all of these things happening? What kind of criteria are we using? All of that kind of stuff. I think it's valuable to know about that and for community members to know as well. And I think it is different than code since it is more of the procedural elements rather than, I guess, like the policy elements. And I think we heard a lot of that tonight, which I do really appreciate. And I think just having that in a place is valuable for council and the community. I did want to ask, I'm very sensitive to the fact that, I think we all in council, and I think we've heard from our community, really need to take swift, bold action. I also am sensitive to the fact that the second meeting in May is also right before our capital facility use plan, which is what I consider to be the month of May. And so I also don't want to overly, I want us to know, like, as a council, that we are continuing to work on these measures and making consistent progress. So my question for staff is the second meeting in May an adequate timeline, or do we need more time? Because I'm happy to amend the motion to provide more time, as we're kind of working through some of these things. I'm not of the opinion that they all have to happen at the same time or on the same particular timeline. But I also know that it's important, right? I think we all know it's important to be working on them and also not push it down the line.
So council, I think the answer depends on what that is. And I think on this particular motion, and granted, I don't yet have that in front of me, so I don't have it committed to memory, but I think one thing that I see in the presentation that we provided today is probably anywhere between 20 and 40 different standard operating procedures we could put together based on what we shared are the different points of engagement that city staff has in all of our different departments. So there's a lot there. And I think if council wants to trust that we would effectively look at a phased approach, maybe identify what some of those priority standard operating procedures are and commit to having one of them done by the second meeting in May, one that based on what we heard tonight is one that we think is probably one of council's top priorities, then certainly second meeting in May, I think we'd be happy to have one of those standard operating procedures presented to council at that time.
Just a point of clarification from what you just said. The motion itself is implementation of a public-facing standard operating procedure for encampment responses. So not necessarily a report back to council, but something on the website where people could go. So does that change your answer?
It provides a little bit more clarity, I think, to the answer, and still comfortable with that date to get an initial component out there.
Just then clarification, are you okay if it's a rolling, if your motion stands, but that it's not the comprehensive risk thing on the second meeting of May, knowing that it's 40 potentially things?
Well, I think it's important that there is some sort of timeline to have come back to. I think it's important in our community has voiced that a timeline is really important, that we're moving along, that action's being taken, not just, so I would like something to come back that meeting as where we are with it and update from there.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on, I got Drew, and then I've got you down, Amy.
My question is more directed at the motion itself, and perhaps it's just because I didn't hear it very wrong. How is this just more clarity on the last motion? Because it sounded like this motion was specifically, I'm not complaining, I'm just asking. It sounds like this motion is still directed at encampments and things of that nature. Is this just kind of an add-on to the last motion with more direction for staff?
I don't think it is, because the intent I had in the motion was a clear procedure for when there are encampments, how the city responds to it through service or timelines for when it's going to be looked at, that kind of stuff. Like more of a clear understanding of how that works, and so that everyone knows, not how to manage campsites or whatnot.
Got it. In my head, it's all rolled together, but additional motions for better clarity for staff, I will always support. Also, to answer a question that you proposed, but then also to make a comment towards staff, the city does use open books, so you can go on there and look up exactly how all of our money is spent. However, open books is trash. I hate it. And I actually know accounting. So if there's a way to streamline that, or if there's a way that someone can click on one link that says homelessness and it just pops up with all that pertinent information instead of the 47 different drop-down boxes and check boxes. Because when I have difficulty navigating it, it's not very intuitive. So on the one hand, yes, we have that. On the other hand, it's not intuitive and not very easy to use. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Amy?
Thanks. So I want to support this motion, and I just want to make sure that I am clear on the ask. And I think this might be helpful if I am clear for staff, otherwise I'm just going to muck it all up. So because I've been in a lot of conversations, I think what we are looking for is something on our website that says, when we are notified of a camp, this is what the city does and how it's done. There's some good models to look at that was brought to our attention. I want to say it was a community that starts with B, Bellingham.
Yeah, I think it's Bellingham.
That does a really nice job of saying we got notified of a camp. This is what we do. This is who we've called. This is how much time we give. And I think what we're asking right now is not the revised, updated version, but of what we do right now, because we won't necessarily have the new policy stuff. Is that right?
Yeah, I just think, again, the intent I see is like just clarification on what happens, the timeframes involved, how determinations are made, and just what a resolution looks like for everyone. So that's just kind of my thought and what I was intending with this motion. But thanks for the clarifications.
All right. Anyone else wish to speak to this motion? Okay. So we have a motion to direct staff to report back to council by the second meeting in May, the analysis and implementation of a public-facing standard operating procedure for encampment response that ensures any action taken by the city is predictable and transparent. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. All right, and you have more and you have more.
I may not.
Okay.
If anyone else wants, I'll just circle around.
Okay, you're good for now. All right, Drew, go ahead.
I'm just going to throw out a motion and see if we can go from there. I move that we direct staff to bring back to council at the second meeting in May. We can change that. Second meeting in May, a suggested update to the Port Angeles Municipal Code addressing camping on city property, creating a standalone ordinance with a more comprehensive and clearly defined framework that reflects current case law and best practices.
Second.
I usually speak last, but because no one's spoken yet, we could easily amend. I want to remind everyone we currently have one member of our legal team. So I think if we can take action on the first motion without amending our current ordinance, while simultaneously working to bring our current ordinance to a better place, that would be my recommendation. So maybe a future date further out.
I am open to amendments of the date, provided that we have a non-nebulous date attached to it.
Sure.
So if staff or council has a recommendation for a specific council meeting for that, I am open to that.
I will go to staff for that and then come back.
Council, could you be flexible enough to give us some time to provide you with a date at the next council meeting relative to an ordinance?
Yes, recognizing that ordinances are legal and not exactly the same thing as please give me a staff recommendation for a policy. I am open to amending that to read direct staff to bring back to council a date to provide us a suggested update to the Port Angeles Municipal Code addressing camping on city property, creating a standalone ordinance with a more comprehensive and clearly defined framework that reflects current case law and best practices.
Second.
Second the amendment.
Okay. So we have an amendment to the main motion. Any opposition to the amendment to direct staff to bring back a timeline, a date at which we could discuss the ordinance? Anyone opposed to the motion? Please state your opposition. Correct, just the amendment. Okay, hearing none, the amendment passes unanimously. Can you please email me the motion so I can reread it? And
yes, let me speak to it real fast, and then while people choose to speak to it, also I will email you the amended version as well as to the clerk.
All right, thanks.
So I do think the other side of the equation is enforcement, but also finding locations to put people at. Enforcement by itself just pushes the problem around in an unending circle that doesn't benefit anyone in any shape, way, or form. We have already, in some capacity, addressed camping and encampments. This is the other side of the equation, bringing our codes more up to date with what current standard practices are. This is also where I would like to point out, and I've been soapboxing very frequently over the last several months this specific element and breakdown of what happens when we pass a law to when you end up in jail and how many steps there are there. We can come up with the most draconian ordinance known to man if we wanted to, and that doesn't actually matter. We cannot direct city staff, specifically, we cannot direct the police department to more heavily or less heavily enforce any of our ordinances. We just don't, by state law, we don't have that power. Likewise, the Port Angeles Police Department has no authority over the county prosecutor to direct them to actually prosecute any of the ordinances that are enforced. So there is definitely a difference between enforcement and prosecution. Those are two sides of the same criminal justice system coin. But I do think it's important that at the very least at the council level, what we can do and implement is changes to our city code. I can't push enforcement or lack thereof. I can't push prosecution or lack thereof, but I can make sure that we have comprehensive rules that very clearly defines exactly what the expectations are and to make sure that they are currently up to date with current case law. And that is my comment for right now, and I will email you this updated version.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Navarra, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, well, we 7 years ago, we started working on a code amendment process to update our municipal codes. And so I don't have a problem with, like generally speaking, I don't have a problem with revising our code to reflect current case law. The problem I have is that when that code comes to us, I am not going to support, I don't support the current code as it criminalizes people for not having a place to live. And I think it's disingenuous for us not to call it what it is when the actions that come from being unhoused are what is being criminalized in our code, what you can get trespassed for, what in other communities you get camping tickets for, which thankfully we don't have in, at least here, but I think largely in the state of Washington, right? And so I think it's also worth noting that even if we have a more restrictive code than we currently have, I actually brought it up, is that we have Washington court rules and criminal court rules, probably civil ones as well, but I don't work with them every day. And so what happens when somebody is charged with a crime and they go to, they're arrested, they're charged with a crime, they go to court, the prosecutor decides to prosecute them, is when they show up in court, the judge, unless it is a capital case, so murder, the judge has to release them unless the court can demonstrate that they have, they'll have a high likelihood of failing to appear for court, that there is shown a likely danger that the accused will commit a violent crime, seek to intimidate or threaten a witness, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think it's worth talking about that any sort of action that we take in a potential code is going to, they can't be held in jail. These folks are, it is unlawful for a judge to hold them unless they're, they have no ties to the community, they're not going to appear, they've committed a violent crime, right? And so, or seek to threaten or intimidate somebody. And so with that, like when we charge folks and when the prosecutor decides to prosecute them, that creates a system of criminalization where the solution isn't, well, they'll just be held in jail and that, then they can get those services there and we can force them into treatment, because it is unlawful for a judge to do that. And as Kate mentioned earlier, we are currently negotiating our criminal justice contract. And it was just in the paper, I think last week, that the county, for better or worse, is banking on the prior numbers of service that they've provided as reflected in this year's numbers of service that they've provided, which I know is a whole other thing. But I think when we're talking about having potentially a more restrictive code. And so while I'm tentatively supporting a motion to update our codes, I want to be clear that I won't be supporting them if they criminalize the act of sleeping outside or being in a public space on a public sidewalk, or otherwise having the crime of poverty.
Amy.
Thank you. I did not hear Drew say to update the code to be more restrictive. I didn't hear that part. I have two comments on that. I'm not going to support the motion right now because I'm not convinced that a change in the ordinance is what is missing in our toolbox. I think that from my experience, talking with our law enforcement partners, what I think might be more beneficial to them, and also the folks we're talking about, is potentially a storage option for belongings. So I'm like in that space rather than updating an ordinance. Although you said a couple of things that may make me want to ask, is our current code not reflective of current case law?
So much of the code has in fact been revised to align with case law. There are sections that we haven't gotten to in the code re-envisioning that probably do not, that still need to be addressed. As an example, the nuisance code has been very recently revised and adopted by council. That's an example of something that has been done recently and should be fully compliant with case law.
So I appreciate you bringing it up. And I am not sure that, we aren't going to get there, but without, and again, not knowing who you've talked to and what those conversations were like, I would also, before we did a code change on that, I would like to hear from our law enforcement partners on that.
Anyone else before I go back to Drew? Mark?
Yeah, to say I support this motion, I think that it's a good idea that we revisit this and make clear rules, boundaries, and expectations for our citizenry and for those people that are tasked with enforcing the laws.
I'll go back to you in just a second. I'm on the fence with this one because we want to keep moving toward code updates. So if we tackle this, if we're just reprioritizing this section above other sections, I'm okay with that. I'm also thinking that maybe it's not the best one to prioritize if we have really problematic sections that we've been meaning to get to. Though, and I'm thinking that this may come out in the wash when we get a recommendation from staff. If the recommendation is we should do X, Y, Z, and right now these two lines of our code mean that's not possible, then we just amend the code in order to do that, instead of running those as two separate projects. That's where I'm leaning right now, especially when I think about the current legal team. Fully capable, not having the capacity. And so I think I appreciate where you're going, and I even said that as well, if we need to bring it up to snuff. So I'd like to see us have a proposal, and if we need to tweak it then, rather than in this moment deciding to reprioritize that over potentially, not that we had anything on the front burner right now on that project, but we did have some priorities that we haven't as a group reprioritized. So I like where you're going, and I'm going to vote no for now, because I think if the recommendation requires a change, we can make that change when we accept the recommendation. That's my idea. So anyone, Drew. Anyone else want to speak before Drew? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to address some of the concerns that council brought up, because as people probably know, when you make a motion, it doesn't necessarily have all the context and thought process behind it. So the idea behind this is, first off, not necessarily make anything more restrictive. As our legal staff helpfully pointed out, we have code split over multiple sections all over the place. And we don't have and our legal staff I apologize, I'm going to keep calling you legal staff until I memorize your name. I apologize. And I need better glasses, so I can't. Is it Shadar? Shada. Okay, I'm trying hard, I swear. Anyway, as she pointed out, we do have a lot of code. It's all over the place. I'm welcome to be corrected, but it seems like current best practice as far as encampments and camping goes is you actually have a dedicated section for that in your municipal code. So you can easily point out to it. I had a pain of a time trying to remember where the heck we have it listed that churches and other places such as that can have temporary and emergency housing in it. That was not very easy to find. I recognize that we are in the middle of negotiating with the county regarding prosecution services. I will point out that I know how long that's going to take. I also know how long ordinance change takes. And so if we wait to do one and then do the other, it will be next year before we have any sort of changes to the ordinances. Likewise, we've been in the middle of updating our ordinances for as long as I've been elected. And that's valid. I mean, I want to make sure our city codes are correct and updated and easy to read and actually reflective of what the community wants to be. But knowing that I've sat here for over 2 years, and unfortunately, a lot of the times the answer becomes, well, we're going to work on that when we do our code changes. And we're still doing our code changes. So if I don't throw that out there now I recognize that the staff recommendation coming back might make it so we have to change some of these codes. If we don't have a comprehensive idea of what our current codes are, we're not going to be able to make recommended suggestions to said codes. And so a timeline giving us of put this into now, and also if legal comes back and says, actually, I mean, other than just changing where the sections are, we are up to date. Awesome. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. That's why it is, please make sure it actually reflects current case law and best practices. If it does, sweet, we're ahead of the curve. If it doesn't, I'd like to know that. And I'd like to know what we actually have right now before we go and start making potential recommendations and changes to things.
As a point of clarification, then could you repeat your motion? I might have misunderstood.
Sure. I move that we direct staff to bring back a timeline to council at the second meeting in May for a suggested update to the Port Angeles Municipal Code addressing camping on city property, creating a standalone ordinance with a more comprehensive and clearly defined framework that reflects current case law and best practices. Unless I've misspoken somewhere in there, the motion does not inherently say change everything. The motion is consolidate and make sure everything reflects best practices. So there's no actual change the code to say this so much as, hey, if this is the more commonly used phrasing for this, use that to make sure we're on snuff with other municipalities in the state of Washington. So likewise, that this motion does not mention anything about additional enforcement, less enforcement, criminalize this, decriminalize that. That is not the purpose of this specific motion.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay, then let's vote. Yes.
I think for staff, as we review the code, and I think in following the motion, what staff would be doing is going in, looking at our code, looking at case law, ensuring that we're bringing forward a code that staff can recommend as best practice to city council. I think the element that is missing here is that some of our council members have said, we would like no enforcement. Other council members have said, we would like further restriction of areas. I just want to be clear that under the current motion as proposed, what we would be bringing back is what staff recommends to ensure the general welfare of all community members. And it would be a staff recommended approach. And it won't reflect, because I don't feel like we drilled down on where council actually wants to go on those issues. It'll reflect what staff recommends, just to be clear.
That is my intent as well.
All right. Okay. All right. So we have a motion to direct staff to bring back a timeline to council at the second meeting in May for a suggested update to the Port Angeles Municipal Code addressing camping on city property, creating a standalone ordinance with a more comprehensive and clearly defined framework that reflects current state law and best practices. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
No.
Nay. All right. Motion does not pass. Got to write it down. All right. Let's see. Okay, we just did a John motion. We did a Drew motion. Amy, do you have more? Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, since we're just throwing out motions. So I
don't feel like you have to make one just for the sake of making one, but if you have something.
The club. No, look, this is related to the conversation that we had in the presentation about 24-hour restrooms. And one of the things that I've heard from business community members is human waste being left in city right away or in the alcove that leads up to private property, and recognizing that that is an issue. I'm concerned that we go down to one 24-hour restroom being available for a 24-hour period. I understand that keeping all of those open does require additional work on staff. However, my concern is that by reducing it to just one, we are leaving less options for people, and some of that may result in some of the refuse that we see around the community. So this being my first motion I've made, which is kind of weird, this restroom motion, I'd be open to any amendments that help me get to where I want to go on this. And I move to direct staff to prioritize the availability of all of our 24-hour restroom facilities and to recommend to council the location of the next two 24-hour public restroom sites.
Second. Can you email that language to Carrie and me, please?
Point of information, was it 2 more 24-hour restrooms? I was thinking it was 1.
Currently, or just 1.
I move to amend the motion that is for the 1 additional approved 24-hour restroom.
Hold on. Is that the question you answered? We have 2 coming or 1 coming?
Just 1.
Just 1 coming. Okay.
And we have 3.
Right.
We currently have
right in the same area, downtown.
Okay, so how many are open 24 hours?
3.
3. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, point of information. I thought the point behind this motion is that we had 3 24-hour restrooms, but we had gone down to 1.
So if I may, that was just part of my presentation, is something that we would consider doing if things continue to get worse.
Got it.
Do you want to keep your motion?
Yep.
Okay. The part about, okay, never mind. That's fine. Just send it to me. And do you want to speak to your motion more?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak to this motion? Amy, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thanks. I also made my first motion about bathrooms on council. Anyways, I thank you for bringing this up, because I did have a note here that I didn't want us to lose track that unfortunately for them, they're still in the room, and I still asked if they had any, we have Tim and Jessica in the audience who works for our parks department, and after the presentation, I was curious to hear more, and it doesn't have to be just you two, because I think we did identify that all staff have these interactions, but I am concerned that we aren't necessarily giving a lot of time and consideration to the impact on our staff on some of the things that we've talked about. So I'm curious if you wanted to take the opportunity. We're talking about bathrooms, so. I think so.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
There a specific question? I mean, I could talk for a while, so be specific?
Well, I'll try to be a little bit more specific. I guess I'm just, I'm after hearing the presentation specifically from the Parks Department and seeing some of the photos, my reaction was, how are we taking care of our staff members? I mean, we're talking about the business community and the homeless community, and also I think there's another leg to that. And so if you could share a little bit about like the impact this kind of work is having on your morale or sense of satisfaction in the workplace, that kind of thing.
Okay. I think as an overall answer, we do not have the staffing to keep up with what we have. I had a couple of people do a ride along, and I think with 2 hours, I think you were with me. It takes typically 3 hours just to get 8 bathrooms, 8 locations. You know, there's multiple restrooms at that location. 3 hours to get 8 locations opened and like satisfactory. Like someone can walk in and maybe won't complain. So it's an 8-hour day. And we also have, I believe it's 80 something trash cans, not including ones inside restrooms to take care of. So staffing wise, we don't have enough to do what we currently have. And so something's going to get neglected. Physically, I think that kind of ties in with the danger of it. We've had to alter the loos pretty soon after we had them due to frequent fires, taking out the changing tables, no longer a safe place to have them. They were getting broken. We have seasonal workers 6 months out of the year. They don't get health benefits. They do that same job. They're exposed to the deceased. We've done CPR with them. You were there during one of our CPRs at the pier. Yeah, they're asked to do a lot for less. And so adding bathrooms, that would be a lot to ask to add on to what we have. So I would strongly recommend, if any more bathrooms are added, to put in the budget to add staffing, or have those bathrooms located at places where someone else can take over. You know, the health department or the health places downtown by the DMV, if they could have one and go over it themselves.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. And you said in addition to the commitments that we have right now, but right now we're maintaining all 3 24-hour restrooms, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that that is able to be maintained at this time?
No, I don't believe it's adequate for what I would expect. Like as a citizen and as someone who has had 8 foster kids in my care, I would not want to take my kid to those bathrooms. So when I say like they need more cleaning than what they're getting because we're rushing through the day to get them clean.
And I did do a ride along with you, and I took away a lot from that. And one of them was the degree of professionalism and cleanliness that you and concern for community members that you applied to each site we went to. So thank you for that.
Any other questions? I guess I have a question. Maybe it's for you, Mark, but maybe for staff. So the current read, though we only have 1 bathroom on order, is that there's a council recommendation for the location of the next 2. And certainly one doesn't have to be on order for us to have some conversation about where it should go. But that was just sort of my thought, was we only have 1, but it just creates more conversation about where those go. And we did not get a lot of feedback at the meeting, but we got a lot of feedback online after the meeting, after our approval of the last one. Well, I don't know if it was direct feedback, but there was a lot of indirect feedback from the public about our next location. And I think I'm not going to ask for a presentation because I don't think we need it right now, but I think a reminder, and maybe it is worth a presentation. I'm not going to make a motion, but just before I vote on this motion, potentially a revisit to our bathroom plan, because we did there's a lot of turnover in council since we approved that plan. There may be some changes because the community has changed. Maybe we want to keep it the same. We don't want to keep mixing things up all the time and make more work for everyone. But I also think that there are a lot of people who didn't hear the conversation about what happens in the absence of the current plan. And so making sure that council is all up to speed on why we've taken the path we have would also be useful, I think. So maybe not in May, but sometime other than that. And so, Amy, go ahead.
Don't we have a bathroom plan? Like where things are going to go and stuff?
Mayor, if I may. So the original plan on the restroom replacements was to replace what we currently have. So we're not adding an additional 24-hour restrooms everywhere. And so we were able to get 3 with the help of Clam Transit to get our first 3. And then we used 1 to get rid of the downtown restroom. And we put 2 at the gateway, and that allowed us to close the gateway restrooms because they were getting vandalized so much, and we just used those for events. And then we're kind of doing that, but the proposal for the new one was going to be Erickson Playfield, so that it was more centralized in town, and then that it gave us options to be able to shut down the other restrooms earlier in the wintertime and keep the 24-hour one open. Excuse me.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to say I know anything about creating bathroom plans. I just like talking about them. And I think it's also, right, like I think the feedback your teams must hear is not ones of thanks, but like, why is this one not open? Why are there no trash cans? And I think there was a smart lady who was here earlier that told me, get back to basics, right? Like, and if we can't take care of the things that we have, then maybe we should stop getting new things. She said it better, but so I'm kind of hearing that, and I am interested to, and I think we talked about this before, but I am interested to hear more about how we can better financially support the Parks Department, because not just because of bathrooms and because you're standing there, but because it is, we put a lot of responsibility on that department to be what makes this community beautiful. And I think, I think we need to put our money where our mouth is. But thank you for being open and honest about that. And thank you, it sounds like, for putting a lot of professionalism into our bathrooms. It's appreciated, and your other things. But thank you. I appreciate the feedback.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to, while Jess is still at the podium, I just want to express my gratitude for her amazing stewardship on a daily basis. And I think, council, if you haven't had the opportunity to take a tour with her and see what her daily experience is like, and understand and see the care and passion that she takes to the job every single day, that goes above and beyond her regular job duties, we are so appreciative of how hard she works. And just want to say thank you to Jess and really appreciate your participation this evening.
Thanks. Thank you. Do we have other comments on the motion? Yes, so we currently are considering a motion to direct staff to prioritize the availability of all 24-hour restroom facilities and recommend to council the location of the next 2 24-hour public restroom sites. If no one else wishes to speak, I will speak to it briefly. I am, not because I don't think it's important, but I am not going to support the motion right now because I think we need to be more based on what we just heard from staff. I don't know, maybe I'm talking myself in my head out of my position, but I just don't want to put staff in a position of having to make decision. I think if we're going to give this kind of direction and I'm not prepared to create the follow-up, I think there should be a little bit more information in the motion about what then they deprioritize, because we're asking them to prioritize this. And I don't have enough information to come up with that conclusion right now. So I'm inclined to not support the motion to not create a problem that I didn't consider. And Navarro, go ahead. And then I'll go back to you, Mark.
Kate, I really hear that. I also think, as you mentioned before, we do have a bathroom plan that we passed many years ago now, when I think most of the members of this council weren't yet elected. I think, to me, like, we pass these plans. Sometimes we need to be reminded of what we passed. I think potentially there isn't a lot of staff work if the next 2 bathroom locations that are being proposed are in the plan we already passed. I think that can come to us. I think the other question that we have as council is that a good plan, right? And I think it's less about the timeline of the specific timeline of when those bathrooms get put into place, though that's important as well, and more of, is the plan we passed, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago still working for us? And is that still what we want to do? And I think that Mark's motion was vague enough, which I appreciate, Mark, to be able to not say we have to buy these things immediately, but to remind us before they come to council where the hell they're going to go, particularly after the input that we've heard, and maybe we think about whether or not those are still the locations. So to me, it's more about, is our plan working, rather than let's reinvent the wheel.
Reasonable. And also we'll talk about it in May, because they'll be in the CFP. Sorry, out of turn, but I couldn't help myself. All right, Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Carr. That was the point, was to bring attention to the fact that when the new one comes in, and then potentially the new one after that, we are putting these in a strategic location that is beneficial to the public at large, and to areas that makes it accessible for our unhoused population, while also recognizing that the loss of any 24-hour restroom use currently standing may have negative impacts, especially in the downtown corridor waterfront district area.
All right. Any further discussion on the bathroom motion? Okay. We have a motion, and you may have convinced me to support it for now. We have a motion to direct staff to prioritize the availability of all of our 24-hour restroom facilities and recommend to council the location of the next 2 24-hour public restroom sites. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition.
I oppose.
So then all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. The motion passes. Thank you. Hold on a second. Got to make a note here. Okay, I think we still have other people who want to make motions. So let's get cracking. Who would like to go next? Navarra, go ahead.
All right, I've got a couple of motions. Before I say them, I'm just going to say they fairly intentionally leave out any kind of timeline. Though those are amendments, I'm happy to hear from council members, as with all amendments. The first one, in the same vein of adding work to our poor park staff, and I hear we need to add staff to be able to do these things. So I'm 100% there with other members of council. But I move to direct staff to identify additional locations for public trash cans within city limits.
Second.
Can I just briefly follow up?
Yeah.
The intention behind that is identifying additional locations rather than saying they've got to be in by a certain point. Again, I understand that we're struggling with the staff infrastructure, and that's something that we as council now early on in the year can start thinking about in terms of budgeting for 2027 and beyond. So again, I want to say that I've tried to make the motion intentionally a little bit vague so that there is the identification of this without the sort of implementation feature, knowing that it seems like we may or may not have the staff capacity to actually implement something like that right now.
Thank you. Drew?
Okay, before I make a motion to amend, I'll just ask staff. Staff, if I make a motion that I would like a timeline of when staff feels comfortable in doing this, I like dates. I don't like nebulous someday, maybe kind of, can we do this? But I also recognize staff capacity, so I don't want to put an arbitrary date that's not actually feasible. what kind of timeline to produce a timeline would staff feel comfortable with?
So I'm going to ask Director Delicott if there's a date or time frame that he feels comfortable with. I think that would be ideal. And I probably have an additional comment after that relative to the motion for potential improvement.
Okay. We could do something in May. One of the meetings in May. Probably the second meeting.
Okay.
Maybe the first meeting, because the second meeting is going to be really long. It's okay. That's all right.
And Manager West, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
So Council, my suggestion would be at the same time we bring forward suggested staff resources to help cover the additional routes that might be required to facilitate the additional garbage facilities.
Okay, I move to amend the motion to include the second meeting in May for staff to bring back a timeline, as well as staff's recommendation for staff resources.
Second.
It's just, I think Kate's looking to see how to amend it, but the motion was, I moved to direct staff to identify additional locations for public trash cans in the city.
So sorry, thank you. So your amendment is to direct staff to bring back at the second meeting in May a timeline for identifying additional locations for public trash cans in the city and additional staff resources.
And suggested staff resources was, I believe, the phrasing that
resource.
Manager West suggested for that, correct? Yes. The intent was for me to have a deadline for when staff thinks it'll take to produce this, as well as the recommendation by staff.
Okay, now I just have to repeat that again. So do we have any more conversation about this? Amy?
Thanks. I'm not going to support this motion. While I do, like, bird's eye view, totally wish we had more trash cans in the city. But I'm also not interested in, I suspect that if we just asked Jessica or Tim or Corey, hey, where should we put the trash cans? I feel like we could get that. They probably already have locations of where they had to remove trash cans before. I think more important is increasing capacity. And so I'm not going to support that because I think it's putting the horse before the cart, or whatever. Yeah, thanks. I think we need to, I think somehow when we put these plans out there and we ask for these locations, I can easily see them becoming a work plan item or getting sort of a to-do. And I don't think that it's fair for us to do that. Also, could somebody remind me when we're going to do the strategic plan again? That's coming up soon, I think.
Council, that would be October.
That's not that soon. Okay, thank you.
Drew.
Just to respond to Amy, if it helps, it sounds like your concern for not supporting it is because you recognize that we don't necessarily have the staff resources to do anything about it. The amended motion recommendation of staff was figure out suggested staff resources. How are we going to do it? As part of the recommendation that comes back with the location. So that is part of the motion, is where can the trash cans go and how can we have staff resources to do that if we want to move forward with that.
Okay, and I'm just going to speak to it quickly. I will support it, though I would have preferred it not have a deadline. I think because we have CFP and everything coming up, some of that would be could be incorporated in that, knowing that that's a request. But since Corey said he thought he could get us back something, I will go ahead and support it because he didn't shudder. And because it, right.
The request is for a timeline of doing that. And so if Corey comes back with the timeline is CFP makes more sense, then that would be the staff recommendation.
That's fine. Okay, so we have a motion to direct staff to bring back to the second meeting in May a timeline to identify additional locations for public trash cans in the city, and additionally staff recommendations for staff resources to manage the increase. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay. Let me just write this down quickly. All right, I think we have more motions out there and it is 9 o'clock. So let's do one more, take a quick break and see if then we can wrap it up. I don't want to like rush it, but also we want to get stuff accomplished, and we have a couple of items that we still were going to try to get to and public comment. So who wants to go next?
I just got one more.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Turn the microphone on. All right, so I move to direct staff to report back to council by the second meeting in September, just way off there. The feasibility of the creation of an MOU or ILA with Clallam County that establishes some form of an oversight board where the city has a stronger voice and the final say on the use of federal and state homelessness funding that are directed to be used within city limits.
Second.
Okay. So now I get to speak to it, right? Okay, fantastic. So I am fully aware that we are already on and we have a person who is part of county boards already. We have the affordable housing, we got the homelessness task force, but I feel like there needs to be accountability. And I feel like with Port Angeles being the place where most of the stuff we see happens, we should have more of a say in how ultimately those recommendations, when they go to the county board of commissioners, are spent in our city. And all the resources are here, but we don't have any say in how those are funded and spent. So I would like to look at that feasibility. I know that Jefferson County and the city of Port Townsend have a similar interlocal agreement for specifically this purpose, regardless of the other boards and commissions they have. So I would just love to have staff come back. Again, I know there's a lot going on, so push it back to Q3 of the calendar year, but the feasibility of that. Ideally, I understand that it takes two to tango and the board of commissioners, whatever, but it would be nice to be able to look at the legal frameworks and the feasibility of creating such an agreement.
Navarro, go ahead.
I think this addresses some of the issues I had raised, particularly around sort of the coordinated entry system and having maybe a louder voice. Though I certainly appreciate, I think Amy was the past representative and Mark's the current representative in those. I was the representative before Amy. And so I also know that sometimes to John's point, sometimes I think it would be nice to have a larger say in some of those decisions. And I think that that John's proposal, John's motion helps to potentially get at some of the things I raised, though I think it's valuable to be able to have sort of those conversations about what is feasible and not have motions about some of the challenges I raised tonight. And so I'm happy to support John's motion for those reasons.
I do not want to speak to the motion at this moment, but could you email me the motion? Thank you. And Carrie as well. Thank you. Drew, go ahead.
So this isn't me getting argumentative. This is me making sure I understand stuff and also asking for clarification. we are on some boards and committees for the county that are at least tangentially related to homelessness, including we're on the homelessness task force, correct? Okay, Marcus, okay. Those in the audience can tell which things I don't serve on. So just a valid question, would this be more, instead of creating a brand new task force or what have you, would it just be more appropriate to have a stronger MOU but worked through the homelessness task force for this purpose? Like, do we actually need a whole new task force, or is there already a board committee commission in place that we just need a better defined role of what we can do on it?
It's a great question. So my intent with this motion is that we do have positions on these boards, but we're one of 20. And I would like, in those recommendations that are given to how those funds are spent. And I would think that we should ask for and find a way to have a bigger say in how those final funds are spent when they're affecting our city and things. So I appreciate that we're on these boards already, but we're one of many. And I feel like the city needs to have a stronger voice in it so we see the problems we hear from our constituents and we need to address them. And I think having access and more say in those funds is important. That was my intent, not to create a new task force, but like an oversight board with the county that we agree that we will have equal say or equal votes in how ultimately those funds are spent.
Okay, well, I still have the floor for just a moment. Will you read the motion back to me as it's currently?
Yes, though I have a question for clarification before I do. I thought you said second meeting of September.
Yes.
Okay, very good. You don't need to change it. We can all just say it out loud that way. So the motion is to direct staff to report back to council no later than the second meeting in September, the feasibility of creating an MOU or ILA with Clallam County that establishes some form of an oversight board where the city has a stronger voice in the final say on the uses of federal and state homelessness funding, such as 1590 sales tax and document recording fees that are directed to be used within city limits.
Okay, so it does say actually create a oversight board. If someone wants to speak for just a moment, I'll come right back to you because I need to figure out exactly what wording I would like to attempt an amendment here in a second.
Okay. Amy, yeah, go ahead, John.
Again, the intent is not to create a new thing, just a joint, have an equal say at the table when ultimately the funds are decided how they're spent from the recommendations from the various.
Yep, I agree with your intent. I think I can tweak the wording a little bit.
Amy, go ahead.
I'm going to wait to hear the tweaked wording.
Okay, Latricia, go ahead.
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand eventually how this would work, because the way that the funds, I believe, are handled, I mean, the county just releases a request for proposals, and all the entities submit proposals. So, is the Jefferson County example one? Does that have where Jefferson County and the city of Port Townsend, they review the RFPs together, or they develop the RFP and jointly put it out? I guess I'm just trying to figure out how that mechanism works. I don't think it's a bad idea. Again, just trying to picture it in my mind. It is a lot of work together, but I think working together makes for stronger results, or direction, and where we feel that there's a gap in the city of Port Angeles. But would that also prevent us, if we ever wanted to submit a proposal ourselves, to tap into those funds? So I'm wondering if there's a conflict there, or if the agreement could be that the city gets a percentage of funds directly to manage
Sure, yeah, those are questions that I'm hoping will get brought back. But my understanding is that ultimately when those RFPs come in and they ultimately decide on where the funding goes, that the county and the city have equal seats at the table and with a few other people, but not much, that they have a bigger say in ultimately where the funds go and what RFPs get funded or not.
Anyone? I have some thoughts, so I can just say them now, I guess, if other people don't want to go. So I think we want to be really careful about which funds we're talking about, because I don't want to open up the reverse being true where they're saying, well, we should have more say in what you do with your 1590. I totally understand the point of your motion. I'm also feeling a little bit like I'm a little uncomfortable with the motion right now while we're in active negotiations over other things. I don't think that they are connected. I mean, I think they're separate enough that they're not. This doesn't have anything to do with this. I mean, everything's connected, but from a budget perspective, I think that it's not. And I don't know that we have staff time for an oversight board, so this might be an additional. Anyway, I'm a little concerned also about the creation of an oversight board, though I understand that if there's going to be some. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm thinking through a bunch of things and I have questions that I can't quite answer. I realize that general gist of the motion is for staff to explore the opportunity and bring back some ideas. So from that perspective, I can probably support it. And I don't disagree. And also there is other funding that we don't get from the county that I think we should get from the county. And I want to be mindful about where is our best to ask, because we probably won't be successful if we ask everywhere. So I'm may not be prepared to answer this tonight, but I've got Drew and Navarro.
I move to amend the motion to read new oversight board or larger stake as a member of a leadership team subset of an existing county board, committee, or commission.
Second, I got there. Second.
Right.
I see some looks of confusion. Assuming
that's the word. So can you send it?
Yes, I can do that. The purpose of that, so as a point of reference, I serve on Recompete. Recompete has like 50 some plus stakeholders at this point, but there's an MOU of a leadership team that I serve on, or whomever from the city we appoint to. That is over top of everybody else and kind of helps with the leadership and things of that nature. While I don't know the composition of the other board, committee, and commissions related to this, if it is such a large committee of 20 plus people, ideally there should be a subset of people in there. Same thing with Olympic Tourism Commission, OPTC. There's the full membership, but then there's also the voting membership. The city of Port Angeles is one of the, since we pay into it, we're one of the voting members. So we're a subsection on their leadership team. So the purpose of this amendment is to recognize that we might not need to create a whole new board. Let's just see if there's a way we can have a larger stake as some sort of subset of a leadership team within one of the existing county board, committees, or commissions. And I will send that specific wording to you as well as the clerk.
Okay. So I'll wait till I get it and then I will read it so we can see about a vote on a proposed amendment. On your proposed amendment. See if the amendment, if the motion passes and we have an amended main motion. And then we're going to vote. And then do we have any other motions pending? Okay.
Motion is also slightly vague because I was trying to remember exactly where to cram that into. So it's specifically.
I can figure that part out.
Yeah, I left it vague. Put it where it makes grammatical sense, please.
Okay. So we have a motion to amend the main motion to add after some form of an oversight board or a larger stake as a member of a leadership team, subset of an existing county board, committee, or commission. Anyone opposed to the proposed amendment, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes. So we have an amended main motion to direct staff to report back to council no later than the second meeting of September, the feasibility of the creation of an MOU or ILA with Clallam County that establishes some form of an oversight board or a larger stake as a member of a leadership team, subset of an existing county board, committee, or commission, where the city has a stronger voice in the final say on the uses of federal and state homelessness funding, such as 1590 sales tax and document recording fees that are directed to be used within the city limits. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. All right, that one's you're going to want to read in the minutes. Nothing against your motion. It's just a lot of words. And we're working on a way we have talked about creating a way, and we aren't there yet, where motions can be posted and amended visually so people can see what we're doing, because sometimes it is hard to hear and understand. And so we will get there. We just aren't quite there yet. Amy and then Navarro.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we've had a great conversation, and I would like to just close the loop on sort of the third leg to the stool in my head. And so I'll probably need some help with the wording on this one, but I move to direct city staff to identify and map priority zones within city limits, which can include our environmentally sensitive or critical areas, shorelines, creeks, urban forests, waterfront district, public restrooms, whatever staff identifies as priority zones, and to implement a focused enforcement strategy for these zones, utilizing our existing ordinances to ensure the areas are safe for all, and are safe, and have these enforcement strategies reviewed and researched through the Public Safety Advisory Board. That last bit was a little clunky. I apologize.
Public Safety Advisory Board does not currently exist. It's not currently formed.
The ad hoc does have a meeting coming up, though.
Okay. So, okay, just when we get there. Hasn't been dissolved. It just it's not currently formed.
Right. There's no second meeting in May.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I'm talking and I haven't waited for anyone to respond to your motion. Whew, that was bad on my part. Can you repeat it?
Yes. I'll try to make it less clunky this time. I move to direct city staff to identify and map priority zones within city limits, and to implement a focused enforcement strategy through Public Safety Advisory Board for these zones, utilizing our existing ordinances. Period.
Second.
You cannot email that to me, but can you share your paper with me so I can repeat it when we vote? I'll hand it back to you.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. All right, do you want to speak to your motion?
I believe we already have.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer questions about intent or specifics, but I think we've already talked about it and we don't need to. Thank you.
All right, anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Drew?
Less to the specific motion, more along mechanisms. Not tonight. We're all tired and trying to figure things out. Most all of us have laptops. I'm pretty sure if we just have a Google Doc up and hit share, we should be able to put up whatever over there. So that way we'd be able to share the text of our ordinances. And city IT can tell me whether I'm right. Not interested in experimenting with that right this second.
And we don't need an answer right now. Okay, Navarro.
Briefly, I think I spoke earlier to the fact that I don't support further criminalization methods, and whether or not I think the intent to increase criminalization is there. I think this motion functionally does increase criminalization and creates the potential for exclusionary zones that I think is discriminatory on its face. Drew?
Sorry, I do actually have a pertinent question / comment. Can I get staff's feedback on if we're crossing into a line of directing the police department into how we want enforcement conducted if we were to do something like this? Since as a reminder, we can't.
Yeah, I don't see that in the motion. I think with the mapping, I think what we're doing is identifying locations.
Okay.
And that my interpretation would be that our priority for protection.
Okay, so I just wanted staff okay that this is not crossing over into authority that council does not have. Thank you.
I'm on the fence on this one because I think I understand your motivation behind it. I do have concerns that from an enforcement perspective, when we move someone from here, then they go here and no one's leaving town. Well, most people aren't. So we're just shifting. I also admit that the pictures, I don't need to admit it, but I acknowledge that the pictures that we've been shown are pretty awful about what's happening. And so I feel conflicted about whether or not I'm doing my duty to maintain our spaces appropriately and in a way that is safe. I don't want to, and I hear Deputy Mayor Carr's concern. I'm inclined to not support this motion right now and potentially revisit it when we hear back from staff about what the proposal is for how we're going to move forward on the camping and encampments before I support this specific piece. Though I understand where you're coming from and, there's just a lot. So that's my take. Although I spoke out of turn because I usually wait, but nobody was clamoring to speak. So Mark, are you really raising your hand? Okay.
Yeah. Can you speak to your motion once more? Can you clarify why or why not identifying these areas doesn't target a specific group or set of circumstances?
No, I think it does target specific geographic locations. So I guess I can't really speak to why it doesn't, but I think we, the collective we, put a lot of investment and care into the environment. And at the, I guess, for example, the way that we came together as a community to really support or fight regarding the Rainier property. I feel like a lot of the comments we get and what I've seen, I think, again, I would like to hear from staff as a collective on what they would prioritize as specific areas. I have ideas on where those areas might be for me, but I'm not doing the work anymore. I'm not with Public Works on where they're going all the time and what that looks like. I don't even know if we're required to do like remediation. Like if we go to a place that's been destroyed, what is required of us? I don't know those things, and so I think having some specific, I don't know, areas or zones where we know there are these things occurring can help us potentially address them more targetedly. So I think your question was more about like equity and things like that, but I think it is intended to be a targeted response, so that, we are seeing the problem in a location or a area, and then we are actually addressing them or developing a plan to address them, whatever that might look like.
But I use the word group and you're using the word location. So I just want you to, I'm just asking you to, I guess, clarify that. And essentially you did. I'm asking, yes, this goes to equity. Does this motion go to, does this motion possibly affect the results of this motion possibly affect one group over the other? You seem to allude no, because you brought up Rainier. And, certainly that's a different kind of environmental issue than things that we've discussed today.
Was there another question in there, Mark? I'm sorry.
Just trying to get you to clarify that this isn't targeted towards any particular group.
It is not targeting a specific group.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? I'm gonna need your notes back. Sorry. I don't want to make sure I get the motion right, and it's late enough that we've had so many that I'm not remembering. Yep. I think I got that, the extra words. I move to direct staff to identify, we have a motion. I'm not moving. Sorry, just reading the, woo. All right. We have a motion to direct staff to identify and map priority zones within city limits, specifically our ravines. You want me to read that part, right?
No,
Oh, you left that out. Within city limits, and move that the city manager implement a focused enforcement strategy for these zones. Implement a focused enforcement strategy with PSAB for these zones utilizing our existing ordinances. Let me read that again. And you tell me if I got it right, because I think you took the detail piece out.
I did.
I move to direct staff to identify and map priorities. We have a motion to direct staff to identify and map priority zones within city limits, and move that the city manager implement a focused enforcement strategy with PSAB for these zones utilizing our existing ordinances. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
No. All right, the motion fails. Oh, sorry. You were going to amend it. Okay, sorry. All right. Sorry, I got to make a note here. Is Siri up there trying to be helpful? That happened to me. We had a public speaker, a public comment person with Siri, and my watch was like, "What do you need?" Like, nothing. I'm not talking to you. Okay, sorry. I got to just note the vote. So it's going to take me just 1 second.
Oh.
All right, I understand we have one more motion. Navarra.
All right, I spoke to it earlier. Again, I have intentionally made this motion vague, but I certainly hope it happens quickly, but that's not, I'm okay with having, again, having a vague motion. Okay, here goes. I move to direct staff to identify the feasibility of a dedicated non-law enforcement behavioral health 911 response team.
Second. Can
I briefly speak to it? As I previously said, I know that we have a very, well, I would consider it, I was going to say very robust. I think it could be more robust, but a very dedicated and powerful community paramedic program that I think could be a part of this, especially with an expansion. And I think the idea of a feasibility of this kind of program or a pilot project in Port Angeles likely would include additional funding. And so I want to be mindful of the fact that part of this is whether or not funding, like we could have an adequate funding model. And so I just want to be clear that I'm not trying to, that I think that piece is critically important before saying that this is something that we could do here in the city of Port Angeles. I've also been looking at RCWs that allow this kind of independent response model to occur. And so I am fairly confident that we do have the ability, though we might not, like under state law, though we might not have the capacity. And I think learning about that and what our barriers would be important to considering a future proposal down the line.
Do we have? Yes, and you seconded, Mark. Okay, thank you. Drew, go ahead.
Yeah, 100% going back to staff. Hey, staff, what would be an acceptable time frame to come back with a timeline of working on this project?
Council, it's always preferable to take some time to evaluate what we need to come back with. I'd love to come back to you at the next meeting with a specific date. If you need a date tonight, we'll give you a date tonight.
To clarify, the date is to come back with a date, hence timeline. When do you feel comfortable coming back saying, this is what it would look like for us to do this?
So I anticipate some of this motion is going to be additional work by both the police department and the legal department, probably some other resources. And I think some of those areas already have work to do in the prior 5 motions that have been passed this evening. So let me get back to you at the next meeting with a date.
So if I say first meeting in May for staff to come back with a timeline for the rest of it, staff feels as though they can come back with a timeline for the rest of it for the next meeting.
Certainly.
Okay. I move to amend the motion that staff brings back a timeline at the first meeting in May.
All right, the amendment dies for lack of a second. Go ahead, Mark.
I do like the timelines. I think, though, that with the number of motions that we've presented tonight, that it could be problematic to get quality products and overburden staff. So, typically, I think the dates are great. In this case, I feel like, on some of these, it's not necessary. Although we do need to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time, which I do think that we are. I support this motion. I just think that this is a community response team or group, something like that, is an excellent idea. All too often, law enforcement officers are the Swiss Army knife of response, and they don't always have that capacity. They are much better trained now than they were 20 years ago in a multitude of responses. But this is really, this I think can be a really valuable service to the community, and it doesn't preclude law enforcement involvement if a community response person deems that they would like that assistance. So thank you for introducing this motion.
Amy?
May I hear the motion again?
Yes, it is. I move to direct staff to identify the feasibility of a dedicated non-law enforcement behavioral health 911 response team.
So I have some concerns. I have some concerns about the ask. One being, if we're saying non-law enforcement, as far as city departments, are we saying? Like, what are we saying, right? Like, are we saying then it's on the fire department? Are you saying you want our staff to create a feasibility report on what PBH is willing to do? I'm just trying to wrap my head around that. I also I also wonder, like, to me, we are already doing this. We already have co-response teams. We have people out there who are responding without law enforcement, including our paramedic program. I know that, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I know that Chief Smith has been involved in a lot of conversations, especially when 988 became like a thing, and what that's going to look like in our community. And at that point, I'll stop speaking for him. Chief Smith, do you have any thoughts on this motion?
I absolutely do have thoughts on this motion. I probably won't really want to tell you what I think in this forum, but I'd be glad to have conversations with you. But we've got Deputy Director Hatton sitting in the audience, and I hope after I'm done that you hear from him. I absolutely think this is a solution looking for a problem. And if you want to identify that co-response is something that's causing a problem, I would love to hear it. So I'll leave it at that. Obviously, this model's been looked at in larger areas, and I can't imagine why you would replace existing responders, like an instead of. However, I'll do whatever research I'm directed to and report back. But you asked me the question, so I answered it. And please give Deputy Director Hatton a chance to speak on this as well.
I'm not the mayor, but I'd love to.
That's fine. Go ahead, Carl.
I know you were involved in a lot of the conversations.
Yes, and while you're standing up, before you speak, I just want to be mindful of the time that we're running up against needing to have our second public comment period, and we have a pending motion. So, but go ahead and please answer. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, this happens in my band as well. They shut off my mic all the time. So what I wanted to suggest is that number one, just for overall information in the conversation, is that there is no triage tool. Right now, there's a triage tool that tells me whether to send to ALS or BLS, right? Advanced life support, basic life support. It's a vetted tool that's been researched for decades that we rely on to make those decisions. There is no triage tool that says this call or this set of circumstances is a behavioral health call and not a potential law enforcement and behavioral health call. That doesn't exist. And because that doesn't exist, trying to create one that stands up to research, like it has to be data driven, I don't think I have the capacity to create that. And that's something that's being looked at across the country but does not exist yet. So that would be just one piece of it. I agree with what Chief Smith said about the co-response being a great model, and I appreciate that model, and I think our community is well ahead of many communities with that model. And then the other part of the whole creating some sort of a triage tool, or the ability for us, my staff, to make decisions about not sending law enforcement when we get a 911 call. There's also a liability piece there. There's no legislative action that has occurred that protects us from any liability. So suddenly my staff owns 100% liability. If I send behavioral health to a call and there's an assault or something else happens, we own it because it's outside of our scope. At this point, it's outside of our scope. So that's what I wanted to share.
I'm going to go, you weren't quite done. I'm going to go to you, and then Navarra, and then Mark.
Thank you. I'm super glad you guys were both here, and also as a licensed social worker who does this work or has done this work in a couple of communities and has tried to hire folks to do this work, you're going to be hard pressed to find a behavioral health professional that will show up without the police.
Well, I'm so glad that was mentioned, because I have been talking to providers in the community who are radio trained, are excited to go out by themselves, and who have already said that they would be interested in being part of a potential pilot project. I'm not saying that those agencies or those people have to be who we identify and partner with. I'm saying it's happening in our community, and there's interest by our service providers, which is part of why I'm bringing this up tonight. Sounds like Director Hatton talked a lot to the feasibility, which I really appreciate, and I'd like to have the opportunity to hear more about that feasibility. I didn't intend to have that conversation tonight, that this is okay, but I think all of those pieces of information are super useful, right? And there's no way to know as members of council, as community members, anybody here, whether or not a project like this, which is successfully happening in other communities in Washington and around the country, is feasible here in Port Angeles, and what makes it feasible in other communities. I couldn't tell you, right? Like that was really good information that we just heard from Director Hatton. That's the kind of information I think I would like to know more about. And I think, again, as I've said, like co-response models have been working. They are effective. I also know that there are licensed psychiatric nurses in the community who would like to be going out without the police department. And when we're talking about liability, though I'm not the city's lawyer, I think it's worth mentioning that when a call for service happens, I think we need more information about what our actual liability is. Because if somebody is called to respond to somebody who's yelling when they're, or naked walking down the street, right? That, if then that turns into an actual 911 response call, then that is at the point where a crime has occurred that we should dispatch the police, right? And I'm again not saying that maybe this is all housed under community paramedics. Maybe it's not. Maybe we're hiring people under the police department under the fire department that are licensed behavioral health, psychiatric nurses, right? Maybe. I couldn't tell you, because what I'd like to have happen, and what I think the intent of this motion does is, and what the actual language of the motion does, is to talk about what some of those models that could be successful in Port Angeles are, and if there are substantial hurdles and barriers, to identify what those are, so at least we know why we cannot do that and why it won't work in Port Angeles, rather than just saying, it's not going to work here, because it's clearly working in other places. And I don't think this is this is not intended, and certainly not written like this to replace co-response, but add on to the tools that we currently have.
Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? All right. I will support the motion for two reasons. One, there's no timeline on it, and which isn't to say I'm hoping that we don't ever talk about it again, but because we're not asking staff to this is not asking staff to rearrange the work plan that we already have in place or reprioritize things. It's simply putting a placeholder out there for this. It sounds like some of this feasibility work is already being done, so that's great. My supporting the motion for the feasibility study is me saying I'm interested in learning more, not I inherently support the concept. I'm just interested in learning more on a timeline that works for staff. So that's how I'll be voting and why. Anyone else? All right. So we have a motion to direct staff to identify the feasibility of a dedicated non-law enforcement behavioral health 911 response team. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Oh, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, quick question for timing. The server purchase, J2, if we do that at the next meeting, are we?
I just have a couple questions.
Oh, okay. Let's move on, and we're gonna do J2 real quick. Nope, we're gonna do public comment first, and then we're gonna do J2. All right, so this brings us to our second public comment period. This is anything you want to talk about, though being mindful that it is late. I can't restrict it, so I'm not going to, but if you are in council chambers, go ahead and come on up if you wish to speak. I have one hand online, but we'll do council chambers first. I have 2 hands online. And again, same rules apply. Please state your name, whether or not you are a resident. If you are in council chambers, the lectern has a timer and you'll know. And if you are online, I will keep track of your time. Go ahead, John, when you're ready.
Yeah, John Ralston, City of Port Angeles resident. Kind of nice to be up here and not wearing my puffy coat. Anyway, wanted to mention to City Council and staff that I'm aware of a 5-acre piece of land in Port Angeles that's zoned commercial. And I know it's available for lease, for sale, or lease option. And by zoning it, by its being a zone commercial, takes apartments and other various multifamily applications, but it also takes supportive housing is allowed in the zone, which is permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, and there are some conditional uses that are applicable as well, emergency housing and emergency shelter. So if somebody, it appears as though those are types of things that have been in the conversation this evening, I would encourage you to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
My name is Ellen Menshew, and I am a resident of the county. I've lived here for, now this is going to be my 36th year, so I'm not a newcomer. I first of all want to commend the City Council for organizing such a comprehensive dive into this issue. I hope you will take practical, humane steps by increasing the number of public bathrooms and garbage receptacles, and by challenging the assumption that all unhoused individuals are addicts. The one true common denominator among unhoused people is not addiction, it's the lack of shelter. And I want to thank Councilmember Hamilton for bringing that up and saying that you cannot house an unhoused person when you don't have housing available. So I ask that, what does basic shelter provide? It provides a place to sleep, access to a toilet, and a sense of personal security. These are not luxuries, they are fundamental human needs. I urge you to consider prevailing public perceptions. Have you ever had to pull over on the side of the road to relieve yourself because circumstances left you no other option? Now imagine that circumstance being your daily reality. For nearly 7 months, my family, several friends, and I have been actively involved in supporting the community lunch at Jesse Webster Park on Saturday afternoons. Through our consistent engagement, we've witnessed a demographic that does not reflect the stereotype of young, strung-out drug users, so often invoked in public discourse. A steady number of attendees are between the ages of 40 and 70 years old. They are a recognizable subculture within our community, people who know one another, look out for one another, and often step up to support those among them who do struggle with addiction in its many forms. These individuals are not outsiders. They're members of our community navigating the absence of shelter and basic infrastructure. I commend Councilmember Carr's proposal to emphasize collaboration and accountability with the county. This should be a shared priority for all agencies and service providers involved. Accountability and collaboration are not opposing forces. They are complementary tools. When used together, they promote more effective growth, better outcomes, and more reasonable stewardship of resources. Addressing homelessness requires us to lead with dignity, evidence, and lived experience, not fear-based assumptions. Providing bathrooms, trash receptacles, and pathways to shelter, including a sanctioned encampment and safe parking location, should not be considered permissive behavior. It's reasonable governance. And just to reference what a previous person said, I'll close with thanking you for your public service and urge you not to focus your decision on whether it will provide you votes in a future election. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come on down. You still turn on when you start talking.
Mitch
So go ahead.
Zabi, Clallam County. I didn't make it to the work session, so I don't know what went on there, but from the last time I was here when the presentation was going on with this topic, somebody stated that the chief said that 95% of the unhoused are addicts. So Google say there's around 300 plus in Port Angeles. You can't not see them carrying machetes, knives. That meeting last time, there was somebody here with a machete. You're wanting to send social workers to these calls is absolutely ludicrous. And with that 300 number, there's 20,000 people in Port Angeles. You're doing all of this for 1.5% of non-taxpayers, leeches that are draining the system, draining taxpayers' funding, draining our emergency services. You want to pander to them. You want to house them that do crime. SB 5536, if I'm not mistaken, criminalizes drug use. We have a couple law enforcement in the room here. It's a misdemeanor to openly use drugs, to have drugs on you. So you're going to turn a blind eye to the drug use, to the vandalism. There's multiple people here that spoke tonight in the city that said the bathrooms were trashed. They wouldn't bring their kids there. There's more trash and vandalism than anybody knows how to handle. And you want to allow and give these individuals more of a chance to trash our city. Absolutely not. Private journalist John Cho in Seattle just did a video on this on social media on their small housing development in Kent City, where the abuser was openly filming himself smoking fentanyl. And he's like, yeah, nobody checks up on us and it's taxpayers. Woohoo, we could do whatever we want. If you want to start a tent city, if you want to start a small community, do it right here at City Hall. You got plenty of floor space. You got a big parking lot. You can do that pilot program right here to see how it turns out. You want to do unvetted, where no checks, no checking up on people? That's absolutely ludicrous. This turning a blind eye on crime for the 1.5% is absurd. Are we not a city, a county, a state, a nation of laws? Which ones are you going to pick and choose? If I were to blow by Councilmember Hodgson doing 25 over the speed limit when he's shooting radar, that's criminal. Am I going to go to jail for that? His discretion, but probably. I willingly broke the law, knowing the speed limit's 55. So where's the accountability? Where's the personal accountability for these people that are here because they know they can get away with it? That's all I got.
Thank you.
One more time. Viola Ware, Port Angeles. First off, Charlie Sheen was housed. I'm just going to say that. Then I'm going to go on. As we talk about solutions, I think it's really important to bring forth what we are facing from HUD and the actions that are happening there. Lawsuits were able to make permanent the injunction on the current notice of funding opportunity, which would have reduced the permanent housing. That means funds that would move people into permanent housing or permanent supportive housing places like Sunbelt. It would have reduced 90% of programs funded down to 30% and then require anybody else who wanted to continue to exist to move into transitional housing, which is another version of homelessness, especially if you don't have housing for people to move into at the end of those 2 years. Now, what the RFP looks like, because we are preparing for it actually coming out once this injunction expires. And the reality of that is we are going to have to certify that we are not housing first and that we don't practice housing first. And we don't know how far they're going to look. We don't know how much staff they have to look, but that is the reality. The other things that we are having to account for is we could be disqualified if we have any history of supporting harm reduction. And I got to clarify something. Harm reduction is keeping people alive so that they have an option for treatment. It is not saying, hey, here you go, everything you want to do, you get to do. It is making sure that people have a choice. Unalive people can't choose recovery. The other piece that we're having to account for is any history of supporting gender nonconformity. That means going into our social media, any kind of news reports. We are currently being required by Commerce. Commerce, for the longest time, had kind of held back on some of these anti-DEI measures that would disqualify programs. But now with Commerce, in order to collect information for the database that HUD uses in order to fund our projects, people were allowed to be consent refused so they could protect their own identities. For people who are fleeing domestic violence, it's a law that they are automatically consent refused. And yet now, Commerce is now requiring us to collect sex at birth, even for people who are consent refused. So our landscape is changing, and we stand to face a heck of a lot more people in housing instability and homelessness. And I think as we consider all these measures, as we make all these motions, we just have to be prepared for what may be coming down the line. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 hands online, so we'll take those 4 and then go back to our agenda. Probably need a motion to extend. 3, 6, 4. My math isn't mathing right now. We have less than 12 minutes. So I'm just going to make a motion to extend the meeting until 10:05.
Second.
Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. We may need to extend again, but we'll try this. All right, Susie, go ahead. Sorry, we'll call on Susie.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead. Hold on 1 second. I got to get my timer ready. Okay, go ahead when you're ready.
Susie Blake, Port Angeles resident. One thing I want to point out is in your meeting rules that you post every time, it says that residents will be given priority to speak during public comment, and you've not been adhering to that in the past few meetings. And congratulations, council. You took resident concerns about public safety and crime, open drug trafficking, open drug consumption, and turned them into a 2-month road show about the homeless industry where you accomplished very little. So nice work. I've listened for 5 hours tonight and have heard virtually nothing to address the crime, drug trafficking, open drug use, vandalism that residents have been begging you to address, except for maybe a few words from Chief Smith and the gentleman that he referred to about the other issue they were talking about. The drug bust that happened in Clallam County and Kitsap County subsequently combined contained enough fentanyl to overdose literally every human being in Clallam and Kitsap County combined. And that was based out of Clallam County, and supply follows demand. We have just as big of a problem as what those busts involved. And to the people who come in from out in the county from their estates where they don't have to deal with this stuff and don't have to walk through my neighborhood through the fentanyl smoke holding their breath every day, You guys are delusional. We've got open air drug trafficking at the Safeway parking lot, at 3rd Street, and a health department parking lot every weekend. At the very minimum, the city needs to make the county be accountable for their encampment and provide their own sanitation for their encampment they're hosting, and not allow open drug use and trafficking in and out of their encampment all weekend. I just can't even with you guys anymore. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. We'll go to Laura Welch.
Hi, my name is Laura Welch. I am a former Port Angeles resident, currently living in Seattle. One of my children still lives in Port Angeles and has asked me to contribute to this conversation because I live near a sanctioned tent encampment here in Seattle. And they just wanted me to share the experience of living near the sanctioned tent city. It's been a huge positive in the neighborhood. I hear fewer sirens going by. The sidewalks are clear so you can walk down them. I have gone to that tent city to drop off donations and asked for and received a tour of the facility. The tents are pitched in a parking lot near a building that was being unused, and that unused building gives them community space and kitchen facilities and bathrooms and other sanitary facilities. And a few rooms are being used to house families with young children so that they're not in a tent. The whole tent city is inside a chain link fence, and the one entrance has a table in front of it where one of the tent city residents checks people in as visitors and otherwise monitors who can come and go. There's a chore rotation that the tent city residents have where they do things like clean the communal areas, clean the sidewalk out in front, keep the whole area neat and tidy. It's been an overall positive. I walk by that tent city once a week or so, I guess twice a week, because I go to and from my volunteer shift at the food bank. And I have never seen a problem there. Everyone there has been polite and courteous and friendly. The residents there will come to the food bank to get some food, and they have nothing but positive to say about it. And so just wanted to share that as someone who lives very near that sanctioned tent city, that it is just a fantastic thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to Stephen Paleo.
Okay, I think you can hear me now.
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, you said earlier this evening that we're not going to solve homelessness. And, you know, I agree. And I would add that we're not going to solve addiction and certainly those struggling with mental health issues. Those are regional and state and national challenges. But I do feel that we're responsible for something more basic and more immediate. You know, Susie's comments just really hit me viscerally there. We're responsible for public safety, public order. Cleanliness and safety in our public spaces. Those aren't optional. They are non-negotiable obligations by the city. And today we're not meeting them. There is a subset or a subculture of service-resistant individuals that are damaging our parks, polluting our waterways, vandalizing, and making our public spaces unsafe. And tonight we heard it from the staff, right? Public Works said remove 56 tons of trash. You know, much of that was with the help of volunteers that effectively have become an outsourced, unpaid workforce for the city. We heard it from the park staff dealing with unsafe and unsanitary conditions. You know, look, more bathrooms are not going to solve that. And we heard it from the fire department, 115 illegal fires, increasingly remote and hazardous conditions, as well as even within our downtown next to structures. You know, taking all this together, this is not a system improving. It's a system that's in crisis. And yet at the same time, you know, we just continue to lean further into more social services as the primary response. So I guess we need to equally ask, you know, an important question. You know, can our underperforming and depressed economy continue to sustain this trajectory? I've been saying this for the last couple of years, but economic development has to be our number one priority. We've lost jobs. 30% of our downtown is vacant. Across our nonprofit ecosystem, as well as our largest employer that lost $70 million last year, we have our own addiction. We are dependent on government funding. Dependency is not a development strategy. We cannot build resilience on reliance. It's just not sustainable. So it brings me back to my final point here, and really my foundation, public safety. It's not one priority among many. Public safety is the core foundation that makes everything else possible. Without it, we're not going to have economic development. It's going to continue to happen outside of Port Angeles. Investors will continue to hesitate, and our community will, continue to disengage over the futility of it all. We're not going to build housing or economic growth or even dignity on top of this disorder. We can only build them on top of safety and a commitment to the rule of law. Without this rule of law, the community is just not going to improve. So this moment right now, I think really requires a little bit more balance. It requires a little bit more intellectual honesty. And I think it requires a little more leadership. And right now, I'm just not seeing any of it. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Last hand we have up is Lori. Go ahead, Lori, when you're unmuted. Lori's hand is down, but maybe we're in process. That happened last time. I'm just going to give it another minute. Okay. Do you think your questions can be answered in less than 3 minutes? Probably should vote to extend another 5. I move to extend until 10:10.
Second.
Anyone opposed to the motion? I mean, fundamentally, we're all opposed. I get it, but we have to extending to 10:10. Please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes. Also, really quickly, I'm going to take 2 minutes before we get. I hate to keep pushing it off, but can we do the strategic plan at the next meeting? Or should we stay until 10:30 and get it done?
Kate, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. I don't know. I was pushing all the buttons trying to get unmuted. But anyway, I just wanted to say I appreciated what some of the earlier public speakers had to say. Some of the earlier speakers in the first session of public comment. But I think they got a little off track from the topic of public safety and health, as did the council a little bit. I think we have to acknowledge that there are different groups, so to speak, of unhoused people. For sure, there's a portion of the population that isn't causing harm, and they do need a place to camp. And as Mark and Brian described it, they have a quote unquote set of circumstances. But then there are going to be the same people who are refusing to use the current shelter options available, will also refuse to stay in any managed shelter, camping, and parking that the city might explore. They don't want to be managed. These are the people that are most concerning to people like me. They're just going to continue to illegally camp. There's still going to be encampments. They're going to get chased from camp to camp. They don't want rules. They don't want to stay somewhere where they're managed. They just want to continue using drugs, dealing drugs, vandalizing, stealing, threatening harm to those of us. And right now, I have not seen anything tonight that attempts to address those public safety concerns at all. I hear nothing. I have heard nothing tonight that makes me feel like I can go out in the next month and feel safe walking around in my public spaces. I don't know. I hope you can try to solve that. I mean, those are our spaces to use. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. All right. So can we wait on strategic plan?
Mayor, it is council's strategic plan.
That's true.
You can
That's
certainly
true.
wait.
Does anyone want to stay till 10:30? Okay, I haven't seen any hands for that. So, let's go to, J2. And that I'm going to go to, I didn't even think about who I'm calling on. Brian. And Carl. Maybe.
So, thank you, Mayor and Council. I've got Deputy Director Hatton here who can step up to the podium and talk about the grants and the server replacement and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. So in this particular request, there's a total of 2 grants. One is through the SECO, the State Emergency Communications Office. That's the 911 office at the state level. It falls under the military department, which is why we see language that talks about the military department. So in the state, that's the hierarchy, right? So the military department SECO's under that and we get the grant. So one of the 2 grants is through the Washington SECO grant. That grant was actually approved by the county because the SECO itself has to contract with the county government. It can't contract with us as the 911 or the city of Port Angeles. So it's a pass-through grant for us. The second grant is the federal cybersecurity grant. And that particular grant has 2 parts. One part is going to get us some additional licensing time on our current server that we own. And the second half is going to be the match amount that we need to pay for the grant from the SECO on the equipment itself. The equipment itself is a Nutanix server, which is a piece of server equipment, sits in a rack in our back room. It houses our computer-aided dispatch. It houses multiple functions within us. It also houses backup for JeffCom. JeffCom 911 has gotten a similar grant to repurchase their Nutanix server because they're in the same boat we are with it coming out of date. And they store our backup on theirs, and we can run CAD off of either one. It's part of our interoperability, which is a fantastic process. So the only unfortunate part to this is that since we put the quote in for the Nutanix server replacement, and that quote was from about 8 months ago, that quote has gone up by $50,000. And the current quote has language in it that says this quote can change up to the moment you actually purchase because of the costs of hardware, memory. As you're all aware, there's lots of things going on in the world. So the fortunate part of that is between these 2 grants, we have a bunch of overhead that we were not intending to spend. We were going to give that grant money back. And the grant said, keep that. You can spend up to this amount on the programs that you're looking for, and then we'll take back whatever's left. And so I'm happy to answer any questions about the server grants.
No problem.
Well, to be honest, Carl, I'm not sure they're really questions for you, but I really appreciate the explanation. I think 911 is one of the most critical services we provide. And I think having, state-of-the-art equipment is extremely valuable. I read over this grant contract and it says on page J7 in, item 10, in the grant, it says funding authority, Washington Military Department, and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. And I think with some of the questions around immigration that we've had in the past as a council, I think it is just worth asking the question about what impacts, if any, getting a grant as a subrecipient through Department of Homeland Security is going to have on any potential immigration consequences, particularly because I know that, our 911 folks and our police have made it very clear that we want everybody, and I think council too, everybody has made it clear we want everybody to be able to call in without fear of immigration consequences when a crime has occurred. And so I just wanted to ask, I'm not sure that's a question for you, Carl, but I wanted to ask that publicly to our staff, whether there's any potential immigration consequences for this grant and accepting this grant.
So I can answer that in partiality. So in partiality is that the state 911 office is actually the recipient of that grant and we're a subrecipient. And so the state, from my perspective, vets that type of thing pretty carefully. And before they offer those grants, they're looking at all of the requirements from the federal government to the state, and then the state's requirements back to, or our requirements back up to the state. So there's nothing in there that I see that I can answer from at least my perspective of any kind of reporting or any information sharing that's required from us as part of a recipient of a grant of this nature. It's strictly a cybersecurity grant that's handled through those agencies. But beyond that, I don't think I can answer any deeper than that. So
Mayor and Council, I don't have the answer for you that this evening, but what I can say is if it's helpful to Council, we could certainly reach out to the Washington State Department Military Department and ask the question of them and or the AG's office and get their take on it, recognizing that this is a state of Washington department. And certainly we would hope that the state of Washington recognizes its own laws relative to immigration and is adhering to them in any grant that it's passing forward to us.
I'll just say, I think for me, it's sufficient to hear that this has essentially hopefully been vetted through the state attorney general's office. And I think that restores any questions I had. So I do really appreciate that. With that, I'll just make the motion to approve the acceptance of $164,947 from the Washington Military Department as the federal grant subrecipient and authorize the city manager to execute all grant maintenance contract and server purchase documents and authorize the purchase of a replacement Pencom Nutanix server. I knew I was going to get it wrong. Server in an amount not to exceed $195,856.99 plus applicable sales tax, and allow the city manager to make minor modifications if necessary. And fourth, authorize the renewal of the Nutanix server maintenance with Converge Technology Solutions in the amount of $32,612 plus applicable taxes.
A second.
All right. We're already over, so you got to be real fast.
Be really fast. So that's awesome, but we did get the new quote. And so what I would ask is that that somehow the language basically states that we're authorized to spend up to the total amount of the two grants that will cover that amount, because that amount that we had as an old bid, it's already up to $246,000 in total. The grant will cover all that. There's another $70,000 or so overhead on top of that. I just want to make sure we're not locked into a price that we already know is over.
Yeah.
Kate, I'll just rescind the motion and then make a new motion.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to withdraw my motion and then make a new motion that says approve the acceptance of the grant contract in the agreed upon amount from the Washington Military Department as the federal grant subrecipient, and authorize the city manager to execute all grant maintenance, contract, and server purchase documents, and authorize the purchase of a replacement Pencom Nutanix server in an amount not to exceed the maximum allowable grant contracted amount plus applicable sales tax, and allow the city manager to make minor modifications if necessary, and authorize the renewal of the Nutanix server maintenance with Converge Technology Solutions. I think just period.
I'll second it.
All right. Thank you. Does anyone need me to reread that? I know I'm supposed to, but Carrie, do you need me to reread it? Okay. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and we are out of time because I said 10:10. So we're adjourned, and we'll pick up the rest of it next time. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.